Members of Council, ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding for the worshipful, the Mayor of Kirklees, Councillor Nigel Patrick.
I've got a bit of housekeeping first. Please make sure your bags are not in the gangway. Otherwise people will fall over them. Right. Item 1, announcements by the Mayor. Welcome to the meeting of Budget Council. Council will consider the budget motion of Cabinet at agenda item 6. 4 amendments to the motion have been received. The motion of Cabinet shall be debated before we then consider the amendments in the order that they were received by the Chief Executive. Following the debate on the amendments, each amendment shall be voted upon in turn. Please note that in accordance with Council Procedure Rule 19.7, all voting on the budget item shall be by a recorded vote. Please note that the mover of an amendment shall have the same length of time to speak to their amendment as that taken by the mover of the Cabinet motion, or a maximum of 10 minutes, whichever is the longer. All other speakers will have a maximum of 5 minutes in accordance with Council Procedure Rules. Each member may speak to the substantive motion and once to the amendments. If all amendments fall, there will be an opportunity for comments on the motion from councillors who have not previously spoken on the Cabinet motion. If an amendment is approved, becoming the substantive motion, no further amendment shall be voted upon. A further vote shall then take place on the substantive motion, and if approved, this shall be the agreed budget. In the event that neither the Cabinet motion nor any amendments are carried, I shall call an adjournment to allow for the discussion and submission of further proposals in accordance with CPR 19(5). Breakout rooms have been allocated for groups. Okay, so it's quite a complicated affair, and some of you have done it many, many times. We've not done it in this room. We need a bit of patience, and the support staff here will take note of how many times people have spoken, so don't try and speak more times than you're allowed. At some point during the meeting there will probably be a break, and if anybody's noticed, I've got a bit of a croaky voice, so I was hoping not to have to say a lot, but I've just had to read that lot out. So anyway, we shall go on. Announcements B by the Chief Executive, which will actually be Julie in this case.
Thank you, Mayor. I think most of you will be familiar with the announcement I'm about to make because I or Jackie make it on every budget council. So you're reminded of the provisions of Section 106 of the Local Government Finance Act 1992 in relation to agenda item 6. This means that if you're present today and an amount of council tax is payable by you and has remained unpaid for at least 2 months, you should at the meeting and as soon as practicable after its commencement disclose that fact that it applies to you, and you should not vote on any question concerning agenda item 6. If it does apply to you, however, you can speak on the item but not vote. So if that applies to anybody, can you please let us know? Okay, can't see any hands.
Thank you, Julie. We're going to item 2, apologies. Are there any apologies for absence? I know there were a few. Yes. Sorry, can you come? Where's the speaker thing?
Sends her apologies. Unfortunately, she's tested positive for COVID.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Fazila Lunas' mom has been admitted to hospital today, so I'm not sure she will be able to join meeting here or not. Thank you. If she doesn't come, so is apology, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sokol. Councillor Greaves.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Paul White sends his apologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have apologies from Councillors Kath Taylor, Lisa Holmes, Tim Bamford and Adam Gregg. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's all the that should be all the apologies, is it? Have you seen someone else? Oh, Jackie. Jackie.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Warner offers her apologies.
Right. Thank you. Item 3, minutes of the previous meeting of the Council. I move the minutes of the meeting of the Council held on the 8th of December 2021 be approved as a correct record. Is that seconded?
Yeah, I second.
Thank you. Please, can you vote by a show of hands? That's carried. Thank you. Item 4, interests. A list of granted dispensations has been tabled. Members who have any other interest should disclose their interest now. Are there any interests to declare? No. Can I remind any members who think they might need to declare an interest to complete the form by the end of the meeting? Item 5, Public Sector Audit, Appointments Process 2023 to 2028, reference from Corporate Governance and Audit Committee, Item 5, page 9, Public Sector Audit Appointments Process. Councillor Hussain.
The Council asks the Public Sector Audit Appointments Limited to carry out an auditor panel duties on behalf of the Council and nominate a proposed external auditor to the Council in due course for the 2023 to 2028 period. Is that seconded?
Seconded, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions on this item? No. Right of reply, Councillor Hussain? Would you like to reply?
No, thanks. Thank you.
We now go to the vote. Show of hands, all those in favour? Any against? That's carried. So now we go to the main event of the evening. Item 6, the budget report for 2022-2023. Can I remind members that the mover of amendment will have the same length of time to speak to their amendment as that taken by the mover of the Cabinet motion, or for a maximum of 10 minutes, whichever is longer. 4 amendments to the motion have been received. I'm going to talk a bit here. There's a bit of repetition here. I'm sorry about that, but All other speakers, be they group leaders or not, will have a maximum of 5 minutes in accordance with Council Procedure Rules. In accordance with Council Procedure Rule 19.7, any decisions taken in relation to the budget, including amendment, shall be done by a recorded vote. It has been agreed that Council Procedure Rule 18.12 regarding the process for the consideration of the motion and amendments will apply. Members are able to speak once on the Cabinet motion and on one more occasion on one of the 4 submitted amendments. During speeches, members may make reference to content of the motion or any of the published amendments at any point during the debate. If an amendment is approved, becoming the substantive motion, no further amendment shall be voted upon. A further vote shall then take place on the substantive motion and, if approved, this shall be the agreed budget. A copy of a flowchart setting out this process has been placed on your tables. I shall swing it about. Can I now invite Councillor Paul Davis to present the motion of Cabinet? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me. I'm pleased to present this budget to Council this evening. It's easy to see budgets simply as spreadsheets, balance sheets and just numbers, but it's much more than that. It's about our values and our vision, to be ambitious for Kirklees, for every community, family and resident, to grow our economy and our infrastructure, and to make sure everybody can benefit from the opportunities and security that growth and excellent services bring. Above all, this budget is about recovery in Kirklees. It's about delivering funding for things that really matter to residents as we bounce back from the pandemic. That's why we're investing $4 million this year more in frontline environmental services, tidying up towns and neighbourhoods, tackling fly tipping and keeping our green spaces even safer and cleaner. We put in an extra $10 million into road maintenance and improvements. We've consulted, talked to residents, and they've told us to make it a priority. This budget delivers. And this budget will give councillors, all of you, the tools that you need to make a difference in your area. An extra $4.4 million into those local improvements that your residents have told us that they want to have. But the budget looks to the long term as well. Very importantly, it's because our recovery needs economic growth and an infrastructure that fits for the modern economy, and we as an administration need to ensure that we have the right investment for that. And that's why we're maintaining probably the most ambitious capital programme that Kirklees has ever seen. The key aim is to give us the kind of infrastructure that meets and matches our potential. This budget adds urgency to that transformation. We're not prepared to wait. We've really put that extra investment in to accelerate this. So we will accelerate regeneration of our town centres with an additional $4.9 million. That's not just for Huddersfield and Dewsbury. It will also support our work in Batley, Cleggeton, Heckmondwike and Holmfirth. It is this administration that is determined to put in place the foundations for a recovery in Kirklees, as the Tory government is yet to deliver on its promises of levelling up. And it's a budget that's true to our environmental credentials. In total, there's $23 million to tackle climate change and promote sustainability. From delivering our new waste strategy, which means better recycling services amongst other improvements, to greening our fleet and planting thousands of trees. Across our services, this budget delivers improvement and excellence. It supports the 93 actions we've set out in the council plan to improve lives throughout Kirklees, from enhancing our offer to children and families with additional needs to building new homes and reducing health inequalities. I'm extremely proud of the staff who are working every single day in communities to make a difference and to help those communities change their lives. And over the past 2 years, they've been doing that work under the most challenging circumstances that anybody can remember. And I think we'll all agree they've done an amazing job and continue to do an amazing job. And this budget provides resources for them to do more. But it's true that every budget has its pressures and parameters. And Kirklees has more than its shares of pressures. And they've all influenced this budget. The most significant of these pressures is the legacy of austerity. And let's not forget, Tory austerity has stripped 200 million from our budget since 2010. And if the government are really serious about levelling up, then it's very simple. Give us back that 200 million. Give the people of Kirklees that 200 million back and we can make a real start. It's painful to think about what more we could have achieved over that lost decade and the pieces that we are still picking up now. And it's not just the absolute numbers. Kirklees residents lose out in relative terms too. We're one of the lowest funded councils in the country. That's a straightforward fact. Even the government accepts the funding system for councils is broken and have pledged to reform it. So let's hope they deliver on that pledge. But in the meantime, we'll keep lobbying alongside councils of all political persuasions to get a fair share for our residents. And we have other service pressures that simply can't be ignored or we can wish them away. Like many other local authorities, 1% of our council tax increase this year will go directly to adult social care. And don't let anybody tell you that social care is fixed. It's not. And council taxpayers will continue to pay the price as funding fails to match demand. It's the same for high needs funding in schools, where government underfunding puts pressure on our bottom line and restricts the choices we can make. So this is the backdrop for tonight's budget: an unfair settlement and costs shunted from central government to the local taxpayers. It means, in total, we are asking council taxpayers for an increase of 2.99%, and that's 63 pence per week for a Band A property and 95 pence per week for a Band D. 1/3 of that increase is simply passing on the government's failure to tackle the social care crisis. The rest will protect those services we all rely on and help us build our recovery. The demands for these services continue to increase along with the cost of providing them. So this budget seeks to safeguard these services in this upward spiral of demand and costs. However, I know these are extremely difficult times for our residents. If you're earning £20,000 a year, this Tory government has decided you'll pay £130 more in national insurance from April. And if you're in a household that earns a combined £50,000, you will pay £635 more. That's 20 times more than the council tax increase at Band A. On top of that, energy bills are set to soar by nearly £700 for the average household. It's absolutely eye-watering and devastating for many families. And the Tories still refuse to impose a windfall tax on companies such as Shell and BP, which could be used to provide meaningful support to our citizens. So higher tax burdens for hard-pressed citizens, but not these companies making huge profits during this energy crisis. This comes after also the cut in universal credit that affects over 40,000 Kirklees residents, and a rate of inflation that on things like food and other essentials hits the poorest hardest. It's why this budget invests almost £3 million more in our poverty and welfare provision in the coming year. We aim to support residents who are least able to withstand the cost of living crisis. And it's also why we will deliver efficiencies across each directorate. Residents will be finding ways of making their money go further, and so will we. Now, some people will tell you there are easy solutions to the issues we face. They may even say, simply raid the council's reserves to reduce council tax. Let me tell you why that would be wrong. In fact, not just wrong, reckless. First, our reserves are an integral part of our financial plans and protect the council against a whole range of potential and significant budget risks over the medium term, not just the here and now. And that means we seek to help protect services for our residents now and into the future. They also provide targeted funds to support key council ambitions for our residents over the medium term. Our reserves forecast reflect managed drawdown over every year of the financial plan in line with our ambitious plans. You will see reserves come down, while making sure the council's financial resilience is maintained over that same period. Second, it's important to remember we are carrying a projected £35 million shortfall in government funding for high needs services in local schools. This is another major risk for the council's finances and one we need to protect ourselves against. And thirdly, the reserves are in line with both our comparators and professional standards. In fact, our reserves are towards the lower end if you compare them with other metropolitan councils. So to reduce reserves would be a gamble. It's like going out and buying a lottery ticket, hoping to win enough to pay your mortgage. It's reckless, and when you think of the vital services that are at stake, if this authority was to fail, you just wouldn't do it. We're running a £1 billion organisation, not a market stall. Other people will tell you that some local authorities are opting for lower council tax increases. But even the government's own analysis assumes councils, and Kirklees being one of those, will have to raise council tax by 2.99%. But you don't need to read the government's small print to work out what's going on. You only need to open your eyes and see what other authorities are doing. Tory-run Leicestershire are proposing 2.99% increase as is True Blue Hampshire. Incidentally, both of these councils are part of the same low-funded group as Kirklees. Closer to home, Tory-controlled North Yorkshire are proposing 3.99% increase in council tax. And if we look across our neighbours in the West Yorkshire Authority, we're all proposing the same approach. You may also hear people suggest that if you cut some central budgets, you can free up resources and reduce council tax. These are often also the same people who wonder why we're using consultants to deliver our services. We've been there before and hollowed out our central services. It's a false economy that residents end up paying for in the long run. The simple fact is, most local authorities in this country will be raising council tax this year. This is not a coincidence, it's government policy. This is a Tory tax. We've set this budget amongst all of these pressures, and despite all of these challenges, I really fervently believe this is the right budget for Kirklees. We're using our limited options to invest in services that mean most to local residents, that will kickstart our recovery and will protect the most vulnerable in our communities. And that's the balance we've sought to strike. And after all, budgets are all about balance. They need to reflect our ambitions for Kirklees with the ability of residents to pay. They have to deliver both investment and prudence. I firmly believe this budget strikes the right balance. I commend it to the Council.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Davis. Is that seconded?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to second the budget and reserve the right to speak later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pandor. Well, that took 14 minutes, if you like. That's the official 14 minutes. If you'd like to make a note of that. Those who are moving amendments later on. Are there any comments on the motion? If you want to comment, keep your hands up so that we can record it. Councillor Lawson. Yeah, Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Mayor. So I begin by saying thanks very much to officers and the administration for bringing this book to us. I don't think any of us underestimate how difficult producing a budget is at this unsettled time. We live in a time of undelivered promises from government and straight up pulling of funds. The levelling up agenda has stalled. Vital funding like bus grants are being halved or worse. Social care funding is a mess. Climate change is of a secondary concern and often denied in the governing party. Maybe I'm being harsh here. Maybe all of these good things that we've been expecting are on the way to us in the north on HS2. Oh, no, right, okay. The point I'm making is that it's hard to make plans when government pours water down your back and calls it trickle down. Back to the book. I found over the last couple of years that as an opposition member, the budget has becoming increasingly light on detail and increasingly opaque to read. As a document, I'm not sure how well the public get on with finding out the things that might concern them, and quite frankly, it's turned into a process of reading and asking questions into a game of financial peekaboo. Officers have been great at answering questions. There's a lot of detail missing that I'm sure would generate more searching questions and provide better transparency. An example would be the George Hotel. Tucked away in the Heritage Action Zone on page 42 of Appendix A, the single line says there's been just over £1 million spent to date. Was that part of the purchase? With roughly £6.5 million to be spent over the next couple of years. Well, what on? I can't help feeling there needs to be more accountability on these prominent projects that the whole borough has a stake in and that the whole borough is paying for. In terms of accountability, we also need a clear view of consultants' fees and the work they are doing for us. Buy in expertise by all means, but there must come a point at which we question if there are regular services that we buy in. Should we not be establishing these in-house? Or should we not be taking a regional approach to buying these services for the authority? I'd say the same for the Huddersfield blueprint. Nobody denies that we need to sort out the centre of Huddersfield. It's a sad and sorry state for the seat of the borough. Nobody denies that we need to get it right first time. What we can question, though, is whether it is still going in the right direction. It could be questioned if the cultural model of regeneration is still the best way forward. If we have the kind of numbers like Liverpool and Gateshead to make it viable. Remember, we're a large town. We are not a city. I would have hoped that after appointing consultants for the blueprint, there would be an opportunity to discuss that direction and other options, or are we on rails now? I have flagged some time ago about commitment bias and the need to review regularly and how our group would be supportive if a change was needed. That offer still stands. I think the last point I'd try to make is, does the Labour budget really tackle the underwhelming response of the administration after the declaration of a climate emergency in 2019? The Liberal Democrats supported that statement. The Conservatives, as I recall, did not. We still believe in that message, which is why we have become so disillusioned with Labour just sitting on it. It seems as though a root and branch fully funded green print, as well as a refreshed blueprint, are needed. Of course, if the governance of the council were arranged along the lines of a new committee system, where best ideas could be pooled and councillor participation maximised, we might get some traction on some of these outstanding issues and agreement on others. I look forward to seeing a line in a budget soon about putting that in place, as council agreed in May of last year. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lawson. Councillor Ramsey.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor, Leader, and Councillor Davis and officers for providing the detail to help us fully understand the budget proposed. Personally, I think it's an excellent budget in really difficult circumstances. There's lots that I really like, but I won't take 5 minutes. I'll just give a few highlights. I think it's brilliant that we're not rolling over current spend and putting efficiency savings on top, even though we've been consistently squeezed by the government over the last 11 years, which has cost us, as Paul says, in the region of £200 million. Instead, we're actively choosing to invest in our communities, the roads, waste management, amongst other things. And it's just what residents in Kirklees want. And we know that for certain because we're out there listening. We're doing the listening exercises as part of the place-based standard engagement. And in Dewsbury South, we've been doing that in Thornlees and have heard what people have said. It will be great to see the play facilities across the wards improve through the continued investment in playable spaces, and I'm pleased that investment continues to be directed at town and village centres. As a councillor, obviously, for Dewsbury South, it's the investment in Dewsbury Town Centre that I'm interested as much as anything, but it's really good that it's spread across the whole of Kirklees. I'm pleased that the council is choosing to invest in the electric vehicle infrastructure. I think it's vital to encourage people to invest in their own vehicles because it'll go a long way to prevent range anxiety, something I identify with because I've got an electric vehicle of my own. The council is putting its money where its mouth is around electric vehicles. It's actually moving the fleet of vehicles further down the green journey with the purchase of more electric vehicles. That's great for our planet and that's good for our children's lungs. I'm pleased we're increasing the local welfare provision to support those hard-working people that are and will struggle. As the cost of living continues to rise and the additional 1% national insurance kicks in from April. Clearly, I would prefer it isn't necessary, but I do coordinate a food bank and talk to people daily who are struggling to feed their children and pay their bills and just could not manage without this kind of safety net. I hate that stakeholders of fossil fuel companies are literally coining it in while ordinary people suffer. It is wrong, but this budget will do what it can to support those in hardship across Kirklees. As I said, I'm delighted we're investing, even though things are not easy. We hope that we're coming out of COVID, that's good, but COVID has damaged the local economy and that's had a knock-on effect on council income. The council's also got significant increases in costs due to the rise in prices. As the cost of living increase hits its residents, so do our bills go up. Same with national insurance, as we pay the employer element of national insurance, same as any other business. All of this on top of the austerity measures that Paul and I have mentioned earlier. It's important that we recognise that Kirklees is one of the worst funded councils. The government does need to recognise this too and stop paying lip service to levelling up. Yet despite all of that pressure, we're able to put forward a budget that invests in the things that people want and need. I fully support the budget and I hope other councillors do too.
Thank you, Councillor Ramsey. Councillor Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr Mayor and colleagues, for the opportunity to speak in support of the budget before us. My main focus today is children's mental health, something that this country has been in decline with for the past 10 years. The 2017 Green Paper started to put things right with the mental health support teams planned for integration into schools, but the rollout is slow. Nationally, only 15% of the pupils are currently covered in the initial development. This year's government funding will enable it to expand to 35% by 2023, but no money for MHST was in the government spending review in 2021. All that great work by health education professionals and no guarantee of future funding. On its own, that's alarming. In 2019, we had the most unhappy children in Europe. Shameful. And things have only got worse since then. In 2021, 95% of school staff saw an increase in levels of anxiety in children returning to school. We've had a 72% increase in self-harm, 61% increase in suicidal thoughts, and a 56% increase in eating disorders. This budget sets out a minimum spend of £360,000 for targeted children mental health service contracts, alongside our children's services that are working hard to implement the new system. I remind you, the new system that wasn't mentioned in the government spending review. The Conservative amendment to this budget makes no mention of children's mental health. They want to introduce a new education attainment programme, but as any parent, teacher, or any worker or friend of young children knows, good learning can only take place when the child has positive well-being. They do mention additional SEND funding in 3 years' time. We need it now.
Councillor Hall.
Just on a point of order, Mr Mayor, we haven't moved the Conservative amendment yet, so it shouldn't be referred to.
No, but I thought it was clear that I could refer to it.
Can you stick to the Labour motion, please?
Yes,
Thank you.
I certainly can. This budget invests in our children and invests in our children now. That's why I'm supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Reynolds. Councillor Butt.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good evening, colleagues. You'll be relieved to know I won't be speaking for long. I speak today in support of this budget, which will truly be transformational. A transformation long overdue, but welcome, to aspire to the expectations of our residents to have cleaner, more prosperous, welcoming town centres and high streets. If colleagues wouldn't consider it an indulgence to mention my ward of Hetmondwike, which has over time become a shell of its former self. Empty shops, dilapidated buildings, and rubbish strewn in full sight. This is certainly true for other areas across North Kirklees, which would welcome their fair share promised for areas such as Hetmondwike. Only with this budget can we truly realise the power of localism, a transformation and tangible changes to our towns, which will be an attraction for local businesses and startups. The injection of resources in our areas will bring much needed opportunity, as well as continuing to provide financial support for residents through our welfare provision, which has been a lifeline throughout the pandemic. And it would be pertinent at this point to say thank you to all the charities and individuals and groups that have helped people throughout this time. Although it is a local budget, it has connotations more widely. The investment in sustainable new homes, planting of trees, and making our fleet more environmentally friendly, as well as the proposals on expansion of waste services, sustainability, mental health services, and health and social care. Speaking of health and social care, as someone who sees firsthand the pressures of discharging patients into the community post-treatment, the support around this care will be very welcome. A post-COVID recovery must embrace mental health components, highlighting the need for early intervention to reduce severity, leading to suicides. This budget delivers on the people's priorities in making Kirklees safer, cleaner, and greener for all. This is levelling up, and central government would do well to follow. I support this budget, and I hope you will too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butt. Councillor Zaman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I rise to support this budget simply because the work that the Labour administration have been doing, I believe, has made a huge impact to residents of Kirklees. The COVID-19 pandemic has exposed the long-standing structural drivers of health inequalities. Even before COVID-19, health inequalities were widening due to the austerity and cuts in public health. For this reason, it is not surprising adult social care has seen significant pressures in recent years, and this has been heightened by the impact of the pandemic. Levels of demand and growth continue to be challenging, together with increases in levels of complexity. Social care reform has failed to address the need for a long-term sustainable solution for adult social care. Instead, it protects the inheritance of the most affluent while squeezing middle earners and low earners. Between now and 2013, there will be an estimated 20% increase in the number of people over 65 living with dementia in Kirklees. And for those aged 80 to 84, a 42% increase. The latter age group are also likely to be in need of adult social care. Commissioning and delivering the highest quality home care should be a significant objective of our health and social care system. Most of the care is personal care, like helping with washing, dressing, and eating. The government has consistently failed to provide a long-term funding solution of how adult social care is to be paid for, despite Theresa May's promise in 2017 and subsequent promise by Boris Johnson in 2019. Staffing is the make or break issue for the NHS in England. Workforce shortages are already having a direct impact on patient care and staff experience. Recruiting and retaining home care staff remains a fundamental challenge for providers. Securing an adequate workforce is one of the greatest challenges facing home care, fueled by the low status of care work, which in turn is related to poor pay and job security. Competition for staff is intense, with other sectors like the NHS able to offer higher wages. Urgent action is now required to avoid a vicious cycle of growing shortages and declining quality. Home care agencies are struggling to recruit and retain staff. Local authorities have a duty to shape this market and ensure there are enough quality services to meet demand. Yet lack of available home care is a significant reason for delayed discharge from hospital. We must give social care the resources, support and attention it deserves. Most of our vulnerable residents and care workers deserve more from this government. That is why I am supporting this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zaman. Councillor Amanda Pinnock, please.
Good evening, colleagues. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to begin by thanking council officers and council staff for all their hard work, resilience and dedication during the pandemic and seeing Kirklees through some of the most turbulent times since World War II. I haven't had an opportunity to do that yet, so I wanted to do that. Many officers have had to be flexible and their roles have changed very quickly to meet the demands of the role. And I know how incredibly difficult that will have been for them and their families. So I just want to recognise that. And also the officers who have been involved in preparing the budget documents tonight. Mr. Mayor, I want to talk about the cost of living crisis, which has steadily increased over the last 2 years. The pressure on household budgets, the increase in food costs, the increase in fuel costs, as we know, those are yet to increase even further. Increase in inflation, the increase in national insurance, the lack of affordable and available housing, the increase in homelessness and families in temporary accommodation, and the likely increase and misery this will cause residents and is causing residents in Kirklees right now. Mr. Mayor, just to throw some statistics in there, just to update everybody on the situation, the council has around 20,000 people on their waiting list for housing. 2/3 of those on the housing list fall within a non-priority banding, so there is very little prospect of them being rehoused. And as of the 31st of January, 241 households are in temporary accommodation. 84 of them are in bed and breakfast, and some are accommodated in bed and breakfast outside of Kirklees. During the pandemic, renters and house owners were given a short reprieve from the government in respect of a ban on eviction. But sadly, this was only a sticky plaster. The Citizens Advice Bureau found that 500,000 private sector renters were behind with their rent, with an average debt of £730 million. The charity Step Change reported similar troubles for struggling tenants, estimated that 150,000 renters were at risk of losing their homes, and that £370 million of arrears had built up as a result of the pandemic. And I would say it's very timely of the council when it was arranged for council stock to be transferred from K&H under the umbrella of Homes and Neighbourhoods back in October 2020. And obviously that's a fantastic thing for tenants and leaseholders to receive a better service, one that's streamlined and integrated into other council departments. But, as we know, this does not go far enough. This budget identifies key areas where the council will invest in ensuring that residents have access to safe, affordable, quality housing. And in the wake of the Grenfell Tower disaster in 2017, that all risk is considered and eliminated, and residents are given the peace of mind that they deserve. So the ambition of this council then, which is embedded within the budget, is to ensure there is an increase and availability of the welfare provision, which you've heard tonight has been a lifeline for so many before the pandemic and, of course, during the pandemic, because there are many households in Kirklees that are struggling, to make a real tangible difference in people's lives, to ensure that residents are safe, comfortable, live in decent properties, affordable housing to be proud of, and that the council is committed to building our own housing stock and working with partners and stakeholders to ensure that happens. Also investing millions into compliance and safety, and promoting place-based working and the shaping of our wards fit for purpose for the future. Mr. Mayor, it is for these reasons and others that have been outlined tonight by my colleagues that I fully support and endorse this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pinnock. Councillor Mark Thompson. Mark wasn't picked up earlier.
Thank you, Chair. I've just a few observations of some of the comments that have been made this evening. The first one that I picked up on was the long-term budget, which I think is a shame that it wasn't the same over the last 14, 15 years that we didn't have a long-term budget, and all we did was basically manage decline of this borough over that period. It seems to be a staple of this cabinet. And the next thing that I picked up on was climate change. And I also think on this avenue that we're spending a disproportionate amount of time, effort and money on cycle lanes and traffic calming and other meaningless tasks that will do very little, if anything at all, to the climate, either locally or globally. The next is on £10 million worth of highway improvements, which really means that what we've got to do is spend the money that we should have done over the last 2 or 3 years in 1 year, because the roads are in an appalling state. There's very little happened. There's very little effectiveness as far as highways and just general repairs. And then what I pick up on nearly every meeting, probably over the last 3.5 years that I've been a councillor, is the word austerity, and it seems to be synonymous with Conservatives, almost like bankrupting the country is synonymous with the Labour governments. So I want to cover off a couple of points on austerity, and one is, it seems strange that we are the only borough that seems to suffer through a period of austerity where, for instance, the East Riding of Yorkshire has become the #1 council on nearly every point over the last 2 years through austerity. It seems strange that Calderdale have had so many town improvements, Peace-Hall being one of them. It seems strange that Wakefield, another neighbouring borough, has had 2 new stations and 2 new colleges over that period of time. Seems strange that another borough adjoining us has had mass improvements in its city centre over the last few years, and also Leeds has become the #2 financial centre in the country. All these during this mad times of austerity, where all we've done really is manage decline. Council tax increase, which was another thing that I seem to feel was a challenge. Breaking it down to only 16p a week, which sounds like I'm just being pitched by a double glazing salesperson on the final pitch of how much the windows are going to cost me. Council tax increase at 2.9% compared with others. But the other thing is the preset from the Labour West Yorkshire Mayor, who has gone to the maximum with the preset, and also the fire service. But I think one thing is clear, that really I'm not sure the residents mind the increase in council tax. It's what they're going to get for the increase in the council tax, and if they can see the improvement that's worth the increase in council tax. And the other thing was what my colleague just mentioned about the 20,000 people on the list for housing. And my question to the Cabinet and this budget really is, how many houses have we built over the last 14 years to cater for the ever-increasing list of people that are on that list? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Pattison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just trying to calm myself slightly after that last presentation, but I will stick to the speech that I've actually prepared here. So first of all, I actually want to put this budget into a bit of a context. And as I've said so many times before, and as Councillor Amanda Pinnock also said just now, I want to thank all the services which are certainly within my portfolio, education services and community services, for all their work during the last 2 years to support our children and our communities during COVID. I mean, these services, more than any other, and I apologise in advance if other services feel that I'm leaving them out, but they have been right at the forefront of our response as a council. And they have been supporting our children and our communities all the way through COVID. So, they have not just only, though, provided this business as usual, they have adapted and learnt to provide for the needs of all our children and our communities during this time. And then on top of that as well, these services have been able to find the resource to be able to look forward. Hence we have a new learning strategy, an inclusive communities framework in development, and we've delivered a new school, Brambles, and other school improvements during that time. But the most exciting investment that we have going forward is in the investment in our special schools. We will begin this year to build and provide 2 new special schools, one for children with autism and another one for children with SEMH needs, and indeed increase the number of those places available within Kirklees itself. The additional school places will ensure that we are able to offer more pupils with special needs education closer to home, avoiding long journeys to school at great expense in all purpose-built accommodation built to high standards. So I look forward to this budget being passed today to enable all of this to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pattison. Councillor McLaughlin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I rise to support this budget because it is a fantastic example of Labour delivering despite Tory austerity. Tory austerity has been the story of my life. It has. I was 2 years out of primary school when the Tories took power, and I lived through cut after cut after cut. I remember my teachers talking about resources they could no longer afford. I now help run a house for homeless people who have got nowhere else to go. I am the chairman of 2 charities that helps to feed the hungry and provide resources for them. That's why we keep going on about austerity. It was brutal and it was terrible. Calm down, Matthew, calm down. This budget, once again, delivers despite that national context. There's far too much for me to recount, but I've taken examples from just one department, health and adult social care, and I'll go through them now. As part of a 3-year, £25 million capital programme, we are investing in the upgrade of Cherry Tree's respite service to continue supporting families of adults with complex needs. We are also investing in 2 new state-of-the-art dementia day services. These are new buildings which will be much more energy efficient than their 1960s counterparts that they'll be replacing. There are investment of over £1 million to upgrade and update assistive technology, which enables people to live more independently in their own homes. We are investing in new IT systems that allow for greater health and adult social care integration and information sharing, making people's experience of health and social care more seamless. Funds have also been set aside within earmarked reserves for tackling inequalities, harnessing the diversity of our borough through culture, as well as an inclusive investment fund of £3 million that will fund support for the inclusion and diversity strategy and help realise the ambitions of the Year of Music. This budget also includes £2.85 million of funding for continued measures to prevent people falling into poverty and supporting the most vulnerable. These include continued support for council tax reduction claimants that will amount to about £150 for council tax reduction bills in 2022-23, up to £150. I could go on, but I'll end by saying that the pandemic has increased demand for mental health services by 40% And there is investment in this budget to try and meet this increased demand, but within the constraints of a limited national funding settlement. And there's that theme again. Within the constraints of a limited national funding settlement. Every single time. Every single time we try and do something, there's that caveat. We have to operate within the system that we're governed in. But despite all that, these measures embody Labour values, my values. Values of kindness, compassion and care. That's what's precious to me. And that's the golden rule, isn't it? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. If I was somebody who had a relative with complex needs, or somebody trying to navigate the complicated world of health and social care, or somebody just trying to survive the cost of living crisis, I would want these measures to be put in place, but I'd want a lot more. But we can't do a lot more because of that national context. And I'll take no lessons from Tories about how best to help the people we represent. Like I say, I've lived through 12 years of brutal cuts, and I see no value in a party whose best idea for helping people go through a cost of living crisis that's happening now is £200 off an energy bill in October that will then actually make all subsequent bills higher. Not to mention a national insurance increase to boot. Whose idea was that? And as for council tax, I don't want to say very much, but every single Conservative who is going to get up here today, as they undoubtedly will, and attack us for it, must also find time in their speeches to explain why Sussex, Hampshire, Surrey, Derby, Kent, North Yorkshire, all Conservative-controlled councils are doing exactly the same thing. They know full well that the government, their government, has told local authorities that if we don't take the full increase, they will say
25
that it was
seconds.
us telling them that we obviously don't need the money, and therefore they'll cut our funding even further. That's the truth of it, Mr. Mayor. Anyway, that's pretty much all I wanted to say. I am proud to be supporting this budget because it is a great demonstration of delivering despite Tory austerity. Story of my life.
Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In looking at this budget, I'm going to come back to a theme that I've addressed a number of times recently at Council, and that's delivery of services. And I'll repeat what I've said previously, in that much of the casework that I get at the moment is about delivery of services. And many people that live within our constituency feel that they are not getting the services that they're paying for. And that covers many areas. It includes the condition of the roads, not just potholes and things like that, but simple things such as the road surfaces, the signs, the road furniture. If we look around our towns and villages, we see waste bins that are rusting and rotting and look terrible. We see street signs, road signs, all these things that are in poor condition. I've had issues with constituents in relation to the provision of adult care services. I've mentioned previously that I had one lady who went 9 weeks without a shower who was supposed to be being cared for. So what I see are repeated failures to deliver the very basic services, just the simple things that we should be delivering as a council. And I hear tonight, I hear about Tory austerity, and I hear that we've had Tory austerity for 12 years or whatever. But that's clearly a minority view, and I understand that, I get that. If you sit at that side of the room, comrades, I understand that that's where you come from and that's what your life is. But you're detached from the reality of the real world that we live in. The people of this country do not agree with you. They agree with us. Remember, there was an election 2 years ago, and Tory austerity received an 80-seat or thereabouts majority. So that's where we are politically. So I'll throw down a challenge to you. Stop banging about the past. Stop banging on about austerity and things like that. And actually tell me, how much money would you need? There's a lot of money in this budget. There's a lot of money in this budget. A lot of money. And this council, at the moment, is not able to deliver the very simplest, the very basic services, the grip bins for new housing developments and things like that. With all this money sloshing around, this council is failing to deliver on those very, very simple things. And where does responsibility for that lie? Not in Downing Street. It lies over there, comrades. It lies with you. So I'll throw down a challenge to you. There's some big numbers in here. See me afterwards, any one of you, and come and tell me just how much money would you need to see on the bottom line here before you stop banging on about policies that the country has unequivocally supported, and actually would stand up and say, you could do the job that you're supposed to be doing and deliver the most basic, the most fundamental, the most necessary services to this area? Because if you can't do it with this much money, I question whether you could do it with any amount of money. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Councillor Cathy Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I rise tonight to support this Labour budget. You all need to accept in this chamber the current national context in which we are operating. There's an economic and supply chain trade crisis. There's a financial crisis, rising debt, soaring inflation. There's an energy crisis. There's also an exceptional and growing NHS and public health crisis, and this includes mental health. There's an educational and skills crisis. There's a care crisis for both adults, children, and this is systemic and accelerating. There's an infrastructure crisis, housing crisis, democratic deficit, growing poverty, food and energy deficits, inequality and disadvantages. In my opinion, all these crises are widely underestimated. All are getting worse, and responses to them are piecemeal and far too short-term. Whilst many of them are globally driven, others are homegrown, and they are all having detrimental and current impacts on our futures here in the Kirklees communities. The council's facing a funding envelope totally inadequate for the challenges ahead. I cannot think of other times, and when I've looked back, the Second World War, when the country faced such enormous structural issues, and this certainly is the greatest challenge that you will ever have as local political leaders. Whilst you cannot change the situation on your own, you know we at least need to try to mitigate the effects on local people as best we can on their behalf and articulate where things need to change with those in power. This is a huge political and organisational challenge, which is very difficult choices. The Conservatives talk about levelling up in the north, but they changed the funding formula for the distribution of the council tax. This was from a funding based on need to their own so-called fair funding formula, which disproportionately impacted the north, as our house prices are cheaper in the north and council tax receipts are lower, meaning that northern councils, the police and the fire authorities suffer greater losses. I'm not saying the old formula was perfect, but at least we didn't penalise the north and the poorer communities. I am a socialist and proud, and I believe in distribution of wealth, and the old formula went some way to achieving that goal. Recent funding increases have not undone the 15 billion of cuts in central government grants between 2010 and 2020. And let's not forget the Liberal Democrats were also in power when they changed the formula, so they also equally should take some responsibility in this. We here are investing in fire safety in this council, measures within our housing stock. Everyone should have a safe, comfortable living conditions, decent homes, affordable homes across all tenures. There is a massive housing crisis across this country and within Kirklees itself. And we have over, as it's been said tonight, and figures kindly quoted by Councillor Pinnock, 16,000 applications alone for the housing register. This isn't going to end. We're committed in this council to building new council stock. Examples of projects that have already been started can be seen in Almondbury, Ashbrow and Batley. However, we will never be able
30 seconds.
We will never be able to build and increase our housing stock when we lose them through the right to buy process. There is an increase in the population, for more and more families are falling into poverty and cannot afford to buy their homes. I will end, Mr. Mayor, by saying we are doing as best we can with the crumbs we've been given. And you can stand there and say to us that you're not doing it right. Well, we are. You cut us off. So I'm committed to this Labour Party budget. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Ruppel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And firstly, can I thank everybody who's worked on the budget. Thank you for all your hard work. Thanks to the officers as well for everything you've done. And Eamon, I know you do a lot of work on this, so thank you. We've certainly had some interesting contributions today. And I guess one of the first things I do have to come back to my Tory colleagues on austerity. Obviously, we're not the only local authority in the whole country affected by this. It's affecting many of us, and particularly northern towns. This isn't a new thing. We're not making it up. It has been going on for 12 years, and your own government put in a policy of austerity that has badly affected many towns. And we must recognise that. And it is important that as political leaders, we tell the truth on this. You know, let's not try and make up stuff and say that this isn't happening. I do want to talk a little bit about the context around what's going on. So you may have seen a report from the High Pay Centre, which showed that by 9 p.m. on the 7th of January 2022, the top 100 CEOs had already surpassed what their workers on average had earned for the year as a whole. We've also seen since 2010 that the wealth gap is growing faster than the income gap. And I'm mentioning these things because of some of the choices that were made at the time. So while a lot of public services were affected by austerity, and we've been struggling since to deliver the services that we all need to do, and you're absolutely right, we're not delivering them all on as well as we could do. That's because we haven't had the money to be able to do so. We've seen profits increasing, we've seen the housing and stock markets continue to rise, but we haven't seen wage growth follow. And that doesn't just happen on its own, it doesn't happen in a vacuum, it's because of the choices that have been made by government at the time. And we also know that economic inequality leads to problems for everyone. So we'll see higher crime rates, we'll see more political polarisation, and we've seen far too much of that, to be honest, at the moment. And we also see declines in health and life expectancy. You may be aware that during COVID, if you were poorer, you were 4 times more likely to die from COVID than if you came from an affluent background. There can't be anything worse in society to say that you live in a place where you're likely to die younger because you are poorer. Really quite shocking statistics that we've got. I talk about all this because it's really affected the way we've been able to deliver our services and for our residents. So social care is a key part of that. No one wants to see council tax increases at a time like this. It's, you know, for all of us, that's a challenging decision to make. But we also know we're putting 1% of that towards social care. And we don't do enough. We don't do enough in this country for social care. And we all need to do better. There can't be a more closer relationship than a carer who is looking after someone. Can there ever be anything more personal than that? And yet we don't treat the people who work in social care to the standards that we should. They're not paid properly. They're not in the working conditions that they should be either. And they're getting rushed from job to job. And that is pretty appalling. And we've all got to do more than that. But the only way we're going to deal with that is having a proper social care system in place. My mum was a care worker. I've talked about this before. She was a care worker for this council, and I know every day she made more of a difference to people's life than most of us will ever do because of that personal relationship she had with the people that she cared for. So we've got to get to grips with social care. All of us have to get to grips with it. And we just need to do better for people. Just on the budget, I just wanted to say that the things that really stick out for me and where we've been able to prioritise is around being able to support vulnerable people better and putting 3 million towards that. I mean, Councillor Michael Watson, you talked about the resident who who didn't get the support that she needed, and that's not good enough. We need to look at why that happened.
30 seconds.
And I also just wanted to mention the Pride in Place funding as well. There's more going into that, over £1 million, and I think that's really, really important for all of us, for our residents, and I'm really happy to see that. I was going to say a few more stuff, but I'm running out of time, but thank you, Mr Mayor. I won't go over. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Uppal. Councillor O'Donovan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's been a bit of a rollercoaster already tonight, hasn't it? I was going to talk initially about children's services. I thought I was going to keep it really simple and talk about all the good things. And I will go on to say that, but I'm afraid I can't allow some of the comments without going unchallenged. Councillor Thompson, I would really like to invite you to Dewsbury and see anything other than a decade of decline. You mentioned that Calderdale's seen new colleges and bus stations and railway stations. Well, come to Dewsbury and we'll show you a sixth form centre. We'll show you a college. We'll show you a refurbished train station and bus station to come. I could almost hear Councillor Bolt squirming in his seat when I heard Councillor Thompson talk about cycle lanes being pointless in the context of climate change. Cycle lanes are anything but pointless. They've got to be in the right place at the right time in consultation with you, but anything but pointless. And we know over the last year we've invested in active travel. There's another 115,000 in this year's budget for active travel as well. So I just challenge the assumptions and comments made there. I know some people don't want to talk about austerity, but as we've seen, we have to talk about austerity. It's real and it's happened to us. We can call it what we want. But what's important to remember is it wasn't Labour's fault, like many would perpetuate the story of. It wasn't Labour's fault. And I'll quote you George Osborne, who was the Chancellor in 2010. In his interview in 2015, he says, broadly speaking, the Labour government did what was absolutely necessary in a very difficult situation during the banking crisis. He also acknowledges that at the time, that the Conservative government were planning to match Labour's fiscal and spending policy when they came into power in 2010. So Labour didn't bankrupt the country. Rishi Sunak, just 2 weeks ago, acknowledged the two biggest economic issues of the last 10 years, the banking collapse and COVID, recognises those, but says, and I quote, he says, I'm really fortunate because of the decisions that my predecessors have made and the difficult decisions they took when they were Chancellor, I've been able to respond through this pandemic. That's George Osborne and Rishi Sunak both acknowledging Labour didn't bankrupt the country.
Councillor O'Donovan, it's interesting, but can you stick to the motion, please?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm getting there. I'm getting there, Chair. Thank you, Mr Mayor. So what we know, to finish on that part, is that Labour didn't bankrupt the country. The bankers bankrupted the country. And Labour did what they needed to do at the time to fix that. It's also right that we know that over the last few years, or the last 10 years, as others have said, the strategy of the government has been to reduce the grant that they give to us, but ask more, or ask us to ask more of the public that we serve through council tax precept. And we know that even in figures from this year's budget, because in 22-23, the income in our core spending power that the government themselves assume is over 200 million. Yet the income that they're giving us in our financial settlement, including some of the business rates, is only 96 million. Ever since the Local Government Finance Act of 1992, the government have wanted the public of Kirklees and the public of this country to pay more from their own pockets, even with rising levels of income tax revenue, over the last 10 years. They still wanted the public to pay more. And we've had to shoulder that responsibility as a Labour group for 10 years in order to deliver those services. The other thing that we know for certain is if we hadn't have risen the precept, as we're proposing this year, over the last few years, we would have had to find savings, efficiencies, cuts, whatever you want to call it, of over £50 million. So you put your hand up to me and tell me, in those opposition groups, who wants to make decisions over the last few years that involves cutting cumulative £50 million plus from our budget? And I guarantee nobody would want to do that.
30 seconds.
Thank you. In addition, children's services, I was going to go on to say, as we said. There's a lot going on in this budget, and it's all good. I'm supportive of all of it. We've already been resurfacing highways, clearing fly tipping, emptying bins. Yes, there are some isolated issues. It's a multi-billion-pound organisation, a huge number of officers. But children's services, particularly the investments we're making in fostering and adoption services.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donovan. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to Councillor Marchington, can I just say that this is a good debate. We have a difference of opinion. We're always going to have a difference of opinion. But I have noticed some cross-floor personal comments coming in. Can all councillors please avoid doing that? Respect what one another say, even if you don't agree with them. Thank you, Councillor Marchington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try to, thank you for your comments. And I will refer to colleagues in the chamber, but I'll try not to be derogatory about them, that's fine. It's fascinating listening to this debate, listening to colleagues on both the left and the right of the spectrum debating finances. And I remember meetings in the past where I've been in with Councillor Sheard and Councillor Robert Light, where they were tearing lumps out of each other, and I just think, I thank my lucky stars that I'm a Liberal Democrat. And I can look at the budget with Liberal Democrat eyes. I don't know. Just to pick up on one or two things that have already been mentioned, the bank, it's actually exceptionally difficult to bankrupt a country. The last time Britain went to the International Monetary Fund is in the 1970s, and some of us are just about old enough to remember that. So the bankers bankrupted the banks, they were bailed out, they didn't bankrupt the country. And in fact, the coalition government did not implement Labour's spending plans. They were less austere at the beginning of that than Alistair Darling would have been. It's fascinating seeing a Conservative Chancellor implement Keynesian economics, although they can't admit that. Quantitative easing is pumping money into the economy. And that's what George Osborne did, but Tories can't admit that until relatively recently, when Richie Sunak has not just found the magic money tree, he's found the magic money forest. And that's one of the lessons I've learned about COVID, because last year this council had a balanced budget because of central government finances. And actually that's probably what we should have done 2010. If we'd known how easy it was for governments to borrow the amount of money the current government have done, then I certainly as Liberal Democrats would have done that in 2010, and we would have done that. I was really pleased about what Cathy was saying about having longer term solutions to things. I'm not having a go, Cathy, but 57 Liberal Democrat MPs, 306 Conservative MPs. I do not think we were equally responsible for austerity. We put tax on, a windfall tax, we put tax on private jets.
Councillor Marchington, you're a very good speaker, but can you draw it into the motion, please?
Fine. Well, I'm just addressing points that other speakers have made. Okay, so it's a context, and that's what we're doing. And when we're talking about actually dealing with poverty, and what Liberal Democrats did in government, actually the pupil premium, which put money into the schools of those of the most children who are on free school meals, and that massively impacted on the ward where I live, where we hadn't had the school with the largest percentage of children on free school meals in the whole of the borough, and that money was well used. So that's it. Well, I'll probably have a go. I agree. There's a really tight envelope to deal with, and I'm not going to say, but you can't say on the one hand there's austerity, on the other hand Labour colleagues say it's a brilliant budget. I think you've done a really good job under the circumstances, but there's a lack of detail that Councillor John Lawson talked about. There's a lack of aspiration, I think, in some of this. Just picking up on a couple of things that colleagues have talked about, Jackie Ramsey, that's, again, the electrical vehicle charging points. I'm glad you've picked up that. We do need that. But it's a one-off of £300,000. Where's the strategy for putting vehicle charging for those parts of the borough where people live in a back-to-back house and you can't charge your car off street? So we need a strategic plan for that in the future. The mental health, I'm struggling in this budget booklet to find the mental health spending, and we hadn't picked it beforehand, and I can't find the detail. It's not in the council priorities, nor is it in the portfolio priorities. And again, there's a couple of really good projects going on in the Combe Valley, Goker and Linley area, the Ladder project, and we have, we put it in our budget last year, we've talked about it again. That money should be mainstreamed. And that's what we're looking at, relatively small amounts of money, which actually would deal with some of that, some of the line issues. There's some stuff in this that I'm really
30 seconds.
Yeah, thank you. So the building of a new care home in the children's services budget, that's absolutely the sort of thing we ought to be doing. Meeting in the right way the needs of children who are in care, very small, so we don't have to send children out of area. That's the sort of detail we wanted to see in this budget. That's a sort of aspiration we want to see, but we've not seen it in the detail of this document, and I've not seen it in some of the speeches that have been made either. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marchington. Councillor Khan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to address some of the issues the opposition are bringing up. In terms of details of the document, if we provide the details of everything there, it would be impossible to actually post or carry. You'd probably get injured and end up with within adult social care services, so further perpetuating the increase in demands on adult social care. Councillor Marchington, mental health has remained a priority throughout the last few years and will remain a priority. That investment will continue. It isn't a new thing. And I'm happy to provide further details upon request. Councillor Thompson, could I please correct you? Last year we did invest in the infrastructure. We did invest 15 million in the repair of our roads. And we aren't the only borough that suffered austerity, but the cuts hit councils disproportionately. And in terms of performance, Kirklees Adult Social Care is in fact fastly becoming recognised as a leader of innovation in the arena of health and adult social care. We've won many national awards thanks to the hard work of council staff. I don't think you understand, Councillor Thompson, that the government's financial settlement is based on the assumption that councils will raise council tax to keep providing services at pre-pandemic levels. Council tax social care precept passes the cost of adult social care on already hard-pressed residents. Most local authorities, including Tory-led councils, which colleagues have mentioned, in the UK are being forced to raise funds for adult social care through the precept rise in council tax. Let's be clear about this. This is a Tory tax. However, our budget includes extended financial assistance for our low-income working families to mitigate against the cost of living crisis. Sorry. Now, Councillor Watson, Kirklees remains one of the lowest funded councils nationally, using the government's calculation per head of population. That is fact. In real terms, the council funding has not returned to pre-austerity levels despite increased demands on services. We are doing more now for less. Adult social care costs have been spiralling over recent years, with Yorkshire and Humber authorities now spending on average 42% of their budget on adult social care in the year 2021, compared to the national average of 30%. Levels of demographic demand and growth, you've heard from Councillor Habiban, that have been increasing. We have more younger people presenting with complex needs at the front door. There's other pressures in terms of recruitment and retention issues with increases in national insurance and rising cost of fuel and supplies are all impacting on increasing costs of care. The pressure on adult social care budget requires an immediate long-term approach to funding from government. Without further clarity around future budget and national funding, it's really hard to plan with great certainty. The Social Care Reform Bill does little to address long-term sustainable funding for adult social care. The reform plans are too little, too late. The Health and Social Care Levy may not be enough even to cover national policy reforms to offset client funding cap pressures.
and do not address existing challenges within the adult social care sector. The majority of the funding raised through the new health and social care levy in the first 3 years has been allocated to the NHS, which is quite right and the right thing to do, but we need long-term sustainable solutions for adult social care. Mr Mayor, the Labour budget is centred on the needs of our
30
residents
seconds.
and puts the well-being of people at the heart of everything we do, and I'm pleased to commend it to Council.
Thank you, Councillor Khan. Councillor Hussain. Councillor Hussain.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm speaking in support of this budget. Firstly, I want to thank everyone who was involved in putting this budget together. I feel the budget is investing and creating opportunities and prosperity. It's investing in our roads in every ward. It's improving recycling across the borough. It's establishing pride in places in each community, in towns, plans and regeneration. It's leading the local recovery from COVID with investment in every part of our borough. We're also very serious about tackling climate emergency too. I just want to speak about my own experiences in my age group. I think it's very important to remember that the debts are rising. It's very difficult to get onto the housing ladder. Many people of my age group work 2 to 3 jobs, try and make ends meet. There's health professionals I know leaving the profession. Energy bills are rising, and those local shops that I used to go down to as a kid and buy sweets are now at risk of closure because their overheads are absolutely extortionate. I think the danger is, in this chamber, and I've heard it with my own ears, the danger is if inequalities will rise because there's failure to recognise when budgets have been stripped bare, and that is under the name of austerity. And if we fail to recognise that, we are leading ourselves down a very dangerous path for people of my age and future generations. So I'm not going to risk of repeating what my comrades have said. I actually support the comments that they've made in support of the budget tonight. And it's this Labour administration that is putting back in, it's investing and it's creating prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hussain. Councillor Pandor. This is your reserve the right, I believe.
It is, Mr Mayor, and thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just to recap what this budget is about. It's about growing the economy. It's about investing in people, and it's about investing in our place. We can't forget and we can't deny, nationally, we've been trapped in a cycle of high taxes to pay for public services, and that's where we have ended up. And this was weakened by 10 years of austerity, and you can't deny that. No matter who's in power, you can't deny that. That is a fact. And it's a fact that we've had our resources reduced by £200 million year on year, and again, that's a fact. But to add to the crisis, the last 2 years, we've seen a pandemic that we've never witnessed for decades, and probably something I don't want to witness again in my lifetime. So that's why the budget that we have here today is to actually get us out of that crisis. And actually, Councillor Thompson, I think you were right. I agree with you. The last 12 years, we have been playing catch-up. And it's only since recently when we actually had the headroom to start to invest in our places, invest in our frontline services, and invest in the kind of thing that you're talking about, and I completely agree with you. So I hope that you support us in our budget, because that is what we're trying to do. And if you're saying that we're playing catch-up, then help us catch up and support the budget. This is about making sure that we create a stronger economy, and it's about planning for the future. That is what we're trying to do. And I was pleased that Councillor Isra Hussain, one of the younger colleagues in this chamber, spoke about younger people. And we have to grasp the opportunity and the passion that is generated in this council chamber to make sure that we create opportunities for industry and innovation in Kirklees to flourish. And I think the opportunity is there. We've got a local plan, and I think we're the only local authority that's got the local plan, which actually has got the infrastructure and the plan to actually start to invest, and that's what we have been doing. We've got the tools, the plans, the ambitions, and the commitment to release that potential. And we need to seize hold of the opportunity and make sure that we do create a future that we can all be proud of. And we have to get business done. Politics will play its part, but we all have a responsibility in this chamber to make sure that we do best for our residents. And the budget can secure a recovery post-pandemic, because I'm sure we can all come here and tell stories in our local communities and indeed in our local households as well. And again, Councillor Watson, completely agree with you. You know, the sort of stuff that you talked about, which is the bread and butter stuff, we have to put right. And that's why this budget puts in place environmental services, the stuff that we all see and deal with on a daily basis. Improving the roads. Last year we put in 15 million, this year we put in 10 million. And I'm hoping that we can actually increase that as we move forward. And whatever we do, it's got to be sustainable. And that is the backbone of this budget. And that will only protect services that will deliver for local people. We've got to also support those who are most at risk and vulnerable. And this budget does do that. The detail is there. You just got to read the detail, it is there. And the economy that we actually have locally, I think, will actually springboard us to a future that we can actually be proud of, a future where we can create the jobs, and a future where we can develop our skills. And the local plan is very, very important in actually doing that. So the ambition to grow and to make everybody feel part of the success, we have to make sure we share. Also in the budget, every councillor will have the opportunity to have a budget that can actually deliver at local ward level. And we're going to put more of that money in. That local place-based working, that local passion of councillors will now have the resources to deliver that what you want at a local level. This is a programme that is about reversing the austerity we have seen for the last 10 years.
30 seconds.
Final point, Mr. Mayor. The council tax is something that we have to do. The government has actually factored that in to their funding formula, £1.6 billion to make sure that we actually increase our council tax to what we have will generate £10 million. And that is something that the government has actually put in. Other councils up and down the country, like Cornwall, Bracknell Forest, North Yorkshire, Thurrock Town, South Gloucestershire, Northumberland, Windsor.
Thank you, Councillor Pandor. Your time is up.
Conservative-led councils. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I ask you to support this budget.
Thank you. Now, before I call Councillor Bolt, I'm going to tell you that I'm hoping to draw this debate on the motion to an end after Councillor Mather has spoken and have a 10-minute break. So, Councillor Bolt, don't upset anybody. I don't want lots of people jumping up.
We've heard from colleagues on that side about what other councils are doing, which in local government parlance is benchmarking. The budget, Mr. Mayor, deals with how much we're taxing people, and it also deals, Mr. Mayor, with how they're going to spend it. So in terms of benchmarking and looking at some of the local issues, Councillor Pandor, who are pleased to follow, just talk about let's get back to doing some bread and butter stuff. So for a budget, bread and butter is of having effective business planning, Mr. Mayor. Have you got a business plan that underpins what you're going to spend the money on? I don't know if there's any colleagues in the chamber who are members of Unite the Union. I was just looking at information that's just coming out. Eric, I'm sure you won't be pleased to know that the financial prudence of Unite bought a hotel, spent £100 million. Len McCluskey went £7 million over budget. His successor has had values done, and I'm reading on a press release from yesterday, 2 valuations for £100 million.
Councillor Bolt, is this relevant to the motion?
Well, it is, Mr. Mayor, because it deals with how Labour are spending money. It deals with how business planning is going on. And it deals with how other Labour people spend £100 million and it's
Can you please be quiet? Let him talk.
So if you think that it's good business planning and bread and butter, paying £100 million for a hotel that's only worth 25 million, when are we going to see the business plan for the George Hotel? There's money coming out of our taxes, and we haven't seen a business plan. Again, benchmarking. Croydon was said to be shamefully incompetent and needed a government bailout. They bought a hotel. Coventry spent £11 million on a hotel business, which is going bust. I can see a trend, Mr. Mayor, and while we've heard about what Conservative authorities are doing, there is a common thread and a benchmarking that runs through this. These incompetent authorities, shameful incompetence as it said in one review, are all Labour run. They can't run a hotel, and Mr. Mayor, I don't think they can run a council either. When are we going to see the business case? Now, we've heard it as well. There are other things. Colleagues expected me to rise with indignation at Councillor Thompson about crazy cycle schemes. Mr. Mayor, I am pleased to welcome that this government have put into place an executive agency called Active Travel England, which will have the power to assess cycle schemes. So when this council gets planning permission for a cycle route, like the Calder Valley cycle route, which goes through Dalton from Murfield, and fails to build it in accordance with its planning permission, crazy cycle schemes that it doesn't then, Mr. Mayor, it doesn't then enforce, how can they turn round to any other developer and say you've got to abide by planning permission when this council is not leading by example? An example, Mr. Mayor, in Batley, a resident for several years has been raising an issue about a crazy cycle scheme which put him and his children in danger. There's a barrier on that cycle scheme, the same barrier that Labour's Christian Walmart condemned in Kirklees 15 years ago. So I'm pleased that you've raised the issue about crazy cycle schemes, because I think we do need to address it. A topical budget scheme, we talked about Huddersfield Town Centre getting money for regeneration. And we read this week about a crazy cycle scheme. It's said to assist cycling from Huddersfield bus station to Huddersfield railway station. How on earth do you get a bike on a bus in the first place? How do you get people to Huddersfield Town Centre to be able to cycle through the middle? Those are, I think, the crazy cycle schemes. And the crazy cycle schemes that this Labour authority
30 seconds.
are allowing developers to get away with building substandard schemes and signing them off. So you're quite right, Councillor Thompson. It's about time this council got away from allowing crazy cycle schemes that are not fit for purpose. And when Active Travel England come round, I hope they'll be capping the budgets and kicking the backsides. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hope I didn't upset anybody.
Thank you, Councillor
Mr.
Bolt.
Mayor, wish me luck as you wave me goodbye.
Thank you, Councillor Bolt. Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I start by thanking our frontline workers who have done a sterling job keeping all our services open during the pandemic and continue to deliver above and beyond, because these services matter to our residents and the environment that they live in. Where do I start? Well, I'll start with Councillor Bolt. We're here in Kirklees, and I'm pleased to say we have some of the best business plans anybody can talk about in terms of benchmarking. So let me say, Tory waste and dodgy contracts for their mates. More than 700 post office workers were wrongfully convicted over the faulty IT systems, yet the government is quite comfortable to write off billions without holding any of their mates to account. Last week, the government told us fraud isn't real crime. Now we really know what it costs us as victims, 52 million per year, more than 4 times the tax rise, or 3 times as much as we need for free public care. The Tories aren't bothered about devastating impact all these shenanigans.
Councillor Mather, can you connect this to the motion, please?
can you be patient, Mr. Mayor? Shenanigans on the
I could
chorus.
cut you off.
Well, you could try. At the most vulnerable in society. So, can I now start and tell you what the residents will get from the increase in council tax? Let me talk about labour values. We are investing a further 10 million in year 4 and 5 of our unclassified roads programme. We have a borough-wide highways repair backlog totalling 259 million due to the Tory cuts to highways budget since 2010. Our local funding has been devastated. Huge cuts on our highway grants alone, on top of the cuts to our revenue funding. This additional 10 million for year 3 and 4 will give us extra for road maintenance and repairs, and is very much valued by our residents. This is what they want, and this is what a listening council does. A £10 million extra investment into roads, which puts the councillors at the heart of any decision making about what goes on in their roads. 3.1 million for interim waste contract, additional materials for recycling bin. So we've been saying pots, tubs and trays can go in March. We've got better bulky waste collection. We've got, alongside doorstep bottle collection trials. So our household waste resource centres are going to be opened longer, alongside our use, reuse, recycling facilities in both north and south of our district. £2 million on active travel, which will be disseminated through place partnerships and will tackle issues to do with active travel, prowls, grot spots, increased enforcement. So what do you get under a Labour administration? Additional funding to make good what the Tories are doing in decimating our frontline services. 2 million on post-COVID recovery funds on frontline services, 1.8 million highways and environmental assessment management systems, 1 million in pride of place team, capital investment of 1 million into our bin review and utilisation, because we recognise it needs doing. And I cannot say much more than commend the Labour budget, which is...
Thank you. Your time is up.
...within the constraints that we are given. That's what Labour values deliver. Real meaningful change for its residents. Thank you.
Right, there will be now be a 10-minute break, and then we will go to the Green amendment.
Members of Council, ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding for the worshipful, the Mayor of Kirklees, Councillor Nigel Patrick.
Thank you. Please be seated. Right, Council, we will now move on to the amendments. As indicated earlier, 4 amendments have been received. Amendments will be moved and seconded consecutively in the order that they were received, after which a debate will take place. So can I ask Councillor Cooper to now move the Green amendment, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got 14 minutes. I thought it'd be 15, actually, but there we go. If past Green Party budget amendments are anything to go by, the things we propose today will be the things the administration picks up much later. For example, LED streetlights, electric vehicles, insulation schemes, passive house, etc., all proposed in Green Party budgets and adopted to some degree or other years hence. The frustration, of course, is that for the elements of our budget amendment which address the climate emergency, that we simply don't have the time to go about it in this tardy fashion. Improving the insulation of homes is an area that the UK government has failed to produce a strategy on. As energy prices rise due to our reliance on fossil fuels, the importance of energy conservation grows. Rebates, loans, windfall taxes are all well and good in the short term, but they will only ever be a sticking plaster on the problem. The days of cheap energy from fossil fuels, and certainly not nuclear, are over. Retrofitting insulation is not cheap if it is to be done well. To finance it on a national basis would require HS2 levels of funding or Sizewell C levels of funding. Politics, as always, is about choices, the choices we make, and too often governments make the wrong choices. I don't believe this government is going to come to the rescue with a national retrofit strategy. In the absence of leadership from government, we have to do it ourselves. The Energiesprong model was first developed in the Netherlands and now is beginning to be adopted here by councils like Nottingham, Exeter, and a number of London boroughs. They have formed the Retrofit Accelerator Homes Innovation Partnership, and together are looking at new ways to improve both homes and finance those improvements. On the technical side, whole insulated wall and roof facades, complete with triple glazed windows and solar panels, are made in factories and installed on site in a day. With the lower energy demand, air source heat pumps are a viable replacement for gas boilers, coupled with mechanical ventilation and heat recovery. The financing of the Energiesprong approach is equally innovative. The householder is charged £10 per week, comfort charge, but when linked with their new lower energy bill, total cost should be in the region of about £1,000 per year. I've seen this work being carried out in Nottingham, and not only does it improve the insulation of properties, but the look of them as well. It's effectively a new house. I've spoken to Energiesprong and the contractors doing the work and heard the positive feedback from residents. It also provides the opportunity to establish a manufacturing facility for the facades within Kirklees and with all the jobs that would bring. Also in our budget, we have our old favourite about making the passive house standard, or equivalent, the energy efficiency standard that all council buildings are built to. And it is pleasing to a degree that the council is now, after 6 years of asking, putting its toenail in the water with a Passive House pilot scheme. I await with interest to see what conclusions they come to. Possibly it's too expensive, which is what happens when you have a pilot project instead of a policy. As well as high insulation standards, we believe that solar PV should be fitted as standard on all council new build schemes. The rising cost of energy and the falling costs of solar PV make this a no-brainer. We're disappointed that there appears to be no dedicated budget line in the administration's budget for the Kirklees Climate Commission. Given the importance of the administration places on the Climate Commission and their position as Vice Chair, we would expect to see a dedicated budget line that KCC would manage independently of the Council to facilitate administration, sourcing third-party research and working in the community's interests. So we would hope the Council can rectify this outside the 2022-23 budget process, so KCC can establish its rightful independence. Other councils around the country have sought to mobilise the assets of the community to help fund investment through community municipal investments, or climate bonds as they're sometimes called. A bond issue by West Berkshire Council raised £1 million in 3 months and offered residents an attractive return. We would want to use this funding to help finance renewable energy installations on all schools in Kirklees. Link it to learning, provide a demonstration to children of a hopeful future. We desperately need to provide that. Kirklees Council needs to mobilise itself to address the cost of living crisis, and a single budget amendment will simply not do that. There are things we can do, though, like establishing a fuel poverty fund to help improve the energy efficiency for people living in cold homes. We will seek initially to fund this through a charitable trust that the Council will establish and seek contributions through a variety of methods, including an appeal through the council tax mailing. Similar charitable trusts have been established in other parts of the country and have raised hundreds of thousands of pounds. We lack a programme to support the development of a protected cycleway network in Kirklees. The proposal we've put here will kickstart that programme, and we will push for a reprioritisation of the West Yorkshire Transport Fund away from road building and road widening projects and towards active travel. Those of us who've tried to get traffic calming to make people safer, and I know this is something that the Conservatives don't seem to be interested in, from speeding traffic, have frequently been frustrated by Kirklees highways. Green councils have prioritised ward budget, public realm funding and any other funds we could get our hands on to put traffic calming on roads, to make them safer for pedestrians and cyclists. This has been in the face of limited budgets and against Kirklees highways policy. We need sustained funding to support area-wide traffic calming on residential roads, so we're able to respond positively to community concerns, take a preventative approach to traffic speeds rather than one rationed on the basis of injury accidents. Positive work was carried out a few years ago by the administration, led by the Labour, then independent councillor Richard Murgatroyd, helping establish Valley Care, a community-based cooperative. Our proposal is to provide staff to support the development of further community-based care cooperatives in Kirklees. Members of the care cooperatives will have a stake in the organisation they work for, and the emphasis will be on care, not the profit motive. These cooperatives will provide all staff with at least the living wage, a training programme which supports development and progression. The model of care provision will also play a role in raising standards for the wider care sector. So, please vote for our amendment, or failing that, implement our proposals years hence at your leisure and claim them as your own.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Is that seconded? Councillor Lee Richards.
Thank you, Chair. I second and reserve the right. Thank you.
Okay, we will now go on to the independent group amendments. Councillor Greaves, you have 14 minutes. 14. I know that sounded like 40, but it was 14.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, we broadly welcome the budget. There's there's lots in that to help move Kirklees forward. The investor safe schemes, as we've seen in children's services, is in our areas, in our ward area rather, is one that we welcome, in that we think it'll save money whilst also improving the care for looked after children and keeping those children within their locality. So the investor safe schemes are fantastic. And we broadly welcome the regeneration, although it is focused on our major towns and leaves a lot out for the rural areas and the smaller towns and villages. There's also some great ideas from the other groups that have come forward in the budget amendments. To mention a few, the solar and retrofit work, the electric bikes, safer roads. Close to my own heart is children's mental health and well-being and helping educational attainment, in particular post-COVID. Highways and congestions work, well, I think all residents of Kirklees would welcome that. And issues like air quality, glass collections, the bulk waste service, and local clear-ups. They're all things that have gone by the wayside with our cuts programme. And I think they're all ideas that I would like to see reintroduced. Councillor Cooper made the comment that lots of ideas from various other parties fall at budget amendment time, but are picked up later. And I welcome that. Perhaps not the delay, but I genuinely believe that there's ideas from across the floor. And the approach that we always take with budget is winner takes all. And I genuinely think a more cooperative approach would help our residents. The big issue I have with the budget is the council tax rise. But how else do you address the needs and demands and the pressures that we have? I'm always one who's keen to quote from the Local Government Association. And the most senior Conservative councillor, some would say the most senior councillor in the whole country, James Jameson, he makes it clear that government's funding proposals for this year are based upon councils introducing the maximum council tax rises. Disappointing but true. Over my time as a councillor, I think we've seen national government take out something like £200 million worth of funding. So how much do Kirklees need back? Well, anything would be welcome. 50 million a year would certainly enable all of these proposals to be addressed, and we might actually even be able to not only not rise council tax, we might be able to see a cut. So we have a fair funding review coming, but we have no idea what that will bring in. And these cuts may be imposed upon Kirklees, but they affect our residents. It is our residents who pick up the tab when we put the council tax up. So again, putting the council tax up now, I can speak for myself quite clearly. I'm not keen to see another rise on top of all the other rises and the outgoings I'm going to be having over the next 12 months. But I believe in the services that the council provides. And I don't see any other way forward other than to have these rises until national government steps forward with its fair funding review. Our budget is based upon what we believe we can deliver now. And that's not to say that in the future, if the fair funding review is favourable, that we wouldn't like to see some changes in the increases on council tax. The Conservative budget refers to an aspiration for an additional £3 million a year in the fair funding review. I would really like to see that as the very, very bottom. For anything to be called a fair funding review, I think it would need to perhaps have a zero on the end, but we live in hope. The regeneration programmes for our town centres, again, that's perhaps the key element of the council's current plan. there's a lot of money going in and there's not much detail. And I think to foster that cooperative approach across the council, we do need to see those business cases. We do need to understand what the proposals are. We do need to understand how they all work and fit together. And that means moving away from just cabinet holding on to everything. It needs to share, and it needs to involve across all groups. And I would welcome that, and I'm sure most of my colleagues would do also. So, on to the independent proposals. Well, our main funding proposals are based upon local needs. So, a big bit of our work, I suppose, something that is really true to our values is the place-based approach that the council's taking. Speak to your local communities, understand what their issues and concerns are. And we've always had the concern that you have that conversation and you raise expectations. And if there's no money to follow up on it, rather than engaging your community and making them feel like they're valued and important, if the money's not there to back it up, actually it's going to be counterproductive. So we have a modest amount of money currently. The budget adds a little bit more. Our amendment would seek to add a further £4 million of capital funding to help fund place-based projects and schemes that have been identified by our local communities. In terms of our other big proposal, well, we've heard a lot about the regeneration of our major towns, and we've heard very little about everywhere else. We're not asking for anything approaching an equal share. That wouldn't make sense. But we do need something. And in our budget, we're proposing to put an additional £6 million into the Towns and Villages capital programme to help fund regeneration in those smaller towns and villages. At the moment, I think the majority of the budget is shared across the 6 major towns, but there's plenty of other settlements that need some help. And in my own ward, we could spend a couple of £1 million and make some real improvements to people's lives. The other proposal that we have relates to the Meltham Greenway. So this is a cycling scheme that is welcomed and valued, and one that we've been working hard to extend for the last 14 years. And we've got a lot of money put aside from one of the 6 schemes from developers, and we hope to get that through to Netherton. But we will need council officers' support, and we will need some additional funding to make that happen. And that will be it's a well-used route now, but the longer it is, the better it is. I think the more use it will have. And in terms of encouraging people to get out and about, encouraging people to try cycling, it will be a valuable addition. So how are we going to pay for it all? Well, our proposals focus upon reasonable efficiency savings. Our concern is quite simple. After a decade of cuts, with ongoing demand pressures, it's really hard to see how you can drive out even further efficiencies than what we already have. But there are some areas where we think there's some easy wins to be made. Whilst the focus has switched onto the regeneration of the major town centres, we appear to have forgotten the review of our existing assets. So we have sites all over where nothing's happening. Close to me is the old Home Valley Parish Council offices in the centre of Home Firth, which have been pretty much empty, occupied by a guardian and by an arts group currently. But in some respects, that's holding back the redevelopment, regeneration of Home Firth. Not to mention the cost to the council of keeping that building ticking over. There's lots of buildings that need to be, where the community asset transfers need to be completed. And there's lots of buildings where we need to review what the future purpose is. And if there is no purpose within the council, then we need to dispose of them. That can help with local regeneration, but it can also bring capital money in, and it will also reduce some of the ongoing costs of managing those buildings. So with the capital receipts from those sales and from the efficiencies in managing those buildings from those sales, that's how we propose to fund the majority of our budget proposals. The balance would come from additional borrowing, that borrowing to be paid for by those efficiency savings. Now, it became apparent to me at Mayor's Parlour, at the Mayor's briefing, with the attendees and the non-attendees, how tonight was going to play out. And I would take this opportunity now to make that appeal to Cabinet, to the Labour group. Have a look at some of those ideas that have been put forward by all the groups, and just see the value in them, and work with all of us to do the very best for our residents. And fingers crossed, when that fair funding review does come around, our residents might actually just see a bit of respite from the ever-increasing council tax that we end up having to impose upon them, just so we can maintain delivering the services that so many people depend upon. And on that, I'll finish. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greaves. Is that seconded?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I formally second it.
Thank you. You don't want to speak on it there, while you're there?
I think Charles has said enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Conservative Group amendment. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to start first by associating myself with comments other colleagues have made, thanking the officers for bringing forward the budget, but also taking that opportunity to thank officers and members, to be honest, for the work that everybody's been doing over the last couple of years, because I think we have been made a number of times in the meeting tonight. It's been very unusual times, and I think everybody needs, sort of the credit for the work that they've been doing. So yeah, I'd just like to associate myself with those comments first, if I may, Mr. Mayor. I would now like to formally move the Conservative Group's budget amendment, which obviously has been circulated to members already. In moving the amendment and reading the report that has been provided by the administration, I note that the Labour administration's budget proposals have been badged as a budget for recovery. And I agree that the priority does need to be on recovery. But it's a recovery from the wasted decade when this Labour administration, unlike its Labour-run neighbouring councils, failed to invest for the people of Kirklees and failed to plan. We've had other people who have spoken this evening that have talked about the investments that have gone on in our neighbouring boroughs, and we've seen nothing here. So the recovery we need is a recovery from that wasted decade. Councillor Pandor's made much of the planned ambitious growth proposals, an eye-watering 210 million just for Huddersfield alone, largely funded by borrowing at a time when interest rates are predicted to quadruple to over 2% by next year. So we have an administration which did nothing while its neighbours were investing in their boroughs, and now decides to spend huge sums and borrow huge sums just as interest rates start to rise. Not a great legacy they're creating there. It will be people who will have to pay for that in years to come. We propose reviewing those proposals, ensuring that they reflect the reality of the post-pandemic world we are in, and also take that time to see if there's a way that we can reduce the cost to the council by reshaping some of the proposals to try and meet the levelling up criteria, which is starting to be fleshed out by Michael Gove and the team. Rushing ahead full pelt at the moment would prevent us from taking advantage of any funds that may become available. It is prudent to wait. There's rightly been much concern about the security in which these proposals have been developed and the lack of transparency about business cases, which have already been commented about this evening. This was something that was brought into sharp focus by the George Hotel debacle, which showed that the lack of a detailed business case led to the administration tarnishing the reputation of this council by reneging on a deal with Rugby League Cares. One does wonder if private investors, observing that, would be willing to invest in a council that behaves in such a way. A Conservative administration will improve the transparency by setting up a cross-party scrutiny panel who will be authorised to see the confidential papers and provide a robust challenge to our administration on those business cases and the broader regeneration proposals. To be credible, you also have to be transparent and be open to challenge, a change in culture you'll see with a Conservative administration. I'm proud to introduce Conservative proposals, as this shows we are focusing on the issues that people are talking about on the doorsteps. Councillor Pandor claims his administration has consulted the public, yet his own former deputy leader calls the administration's attempt to consult the public pathetic. So even his own cabinet don't agree with him. The pandemic's had a significant impact on young people, and we all know that getting a good education is the best guarantee of success in life. I'm pleased, therefore, to be putting forward an additional £1 billion a year into frontline education to support those pupils who've been falling behind their peers. I don't claim to know the best way to help children, but I know from talking to local teachers that it's the schools who know best how to support their pupils. So we will be asking schools to bid for the funding, to use it in ways that best support the children in their school because they know them best. Levelling up in education should have been at the forefront of all of the parties' proposals at this time, and I'm disappointed it wasn't a priority for this Labour administration. Families who have children with special educational needs are often the hardest hit, and I'd like to take this opportunity to pay credit to Mel Meggs and the team for the work that they've been doing, the hard work they've been doing to transform opportunities for pupils in this area. I'm pleased that the quiet lobbying that's been going on is seeing the Department of Education recognise the challenges we face as a council and that they are working positively with officers to find a solution. We as a group recognise this challenge, and we are making an additional £2 million available to support this over the medium-term financial planning period. Residents are greatly concerned about the cost of living rises at the moment and the difficult choices people face as a result of that. And I note that Councillor Pandor and other members have made much of the local welfare provision support that's being provided by the council. They fail to mention, though, that this funding was provided directly by the government as a grant, the Household Support Fund. So it's the government that's funded this, not money from the council's own coffers. At a time when all households are having to make difficult choices, I do not think we as a council should avoid doing so. And I am proud that as a group we have found a way to avoid taking the maximum increase in council tax. This will help those families who are finding cost of living increases difficult, especially those who may not benefit from some of the other provision which the government is putting in place. Labour will no doubt claim that there is no alternative to increasing the council tax. But our budget amendment, which has been signed off as viable, shows that there is indeed an alternative. And I suspect that the public will make their own judgment on who is looking out for families who are hard-pressed and who is taking as much as they can. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Is that seconded, Councillor Hall?
Seconded, Mr. Mayor, and reserve the right. Thank you.
Thank you. Move on to the Liberal Democrat group amendments. Councillor Lawson, you have 14 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I introduce our amendments, I'd like to comment on what seems to have become an annual tradition now. We've talked about this before, hoped it wouldn't happen again, but that's the shortening of the lead time for opposition parties to make their amendments ready. It makes a comprehensive budget amendment impossible, and I said last year I hoped it wouldn't happen again, but it is. Here we are, we're here again, and this is how Labour have played out the situation. So what you get, I think, from all of the amendments is a flavour, and that's the best that you will hope to expect, is a flavour of the kinds of things, the kinds of priorities. So with that in mind, we produced a set of proposals that mark out what our priorities, over and above those in the administration's budget, would look like. Some are enhancements or accelerations of projects, others are innovations or things that we hope to become Main Street budget priorities if we had influence over that process. We note that the desire for stability in council finances, and I'd just like to say a couple of words about how difficult that is in our current climate. Social care accounts for over half of Kirklees' spending pressures. On page 12 in Appendix A of the budget book, in the 2022-23 figures, that tells us that on adult social care, learning disabilities and mental health, we expect to spend 78.5 million. Worth noting that this figure rises in subsequent years, it does not go down. Along with the other F20 councils, we desperately need help with this pressure. In July 2019, Boris Johnson declared on the steps of Downing Street that he would fix the crisis in social care once and for all. Like so many things, it has yet to be delivered. The plan is to provide a woefully inadequate 4.8 billion over 3 years. To put that into context, in 2020, the Health and Social Care Committee said that an additional 7 billion per year was required by 2023-24. It said that this would be a starting point to cover demographic changes, raise staff pay in line with the national minimum wage, and protect people who face catastrophic social care costs. Things have not improved in people's lives since 2020, I'm here to tell you. So much for that particular map. What does the ground look like? Well, this year, while we're in the icy grip of a cost of living crisis and a runaway energy price crisis, for which we really do need a Robin Hood tax, we once again have the adult social care precept forced upon us, putting an extra burden on residents. This is money that the government should be providing, but pathologically refuses to, preferring instead to tax us again by proxy or stealth. It's a double taxation. If the Conservatives are so keen to curry favour with the Taxpayers' Alliance, I'd ask why they haven't questioned the 4.9 billion COVID fraud write-off. As the classically inclined Boris might say, and forgive me for my pronunciation of a dead language here, Timeo Danaeus et dona forentis, which I'm sure you'll all recall is, well, it's what King Priam ignored when warned about Greeks bearing gifts. We have not amended the council tax proposal because we believe this council is in no position to forfeit the revenue, no matter how much we disagree with how it is spent by the administration. It would inevitably result in an unsustainable cut to services in future years. What we do believe is that it is the government's duty to stop forcing poorer people in this borough to pay a regressive tax that hits them the hardest. This year's added precept looks to be another one-off at the moment, but that's how the first one started, and here we are with the same sticky plaster years later. Group colleagues will go into detail on the amendment items, and just a moment to thank group colleagues here because this is a group amendment and all group members have contributed to the contents.
but I'll pick up one or 2 points. The Lib Dem amendment is based on a few themes that we think the Council can be stronger on, with more focus and faster results. All items are costed and either funded through prudential borrowing, flexibility in the MRP, efficiencies, or in the case of solar panel measures, energy export. In the case of the public toilets item, Liberal Democrat working in the House of Lords has freed the Council from the rates they used to pay on public toilets, and we're ploughing that back in. We have roughly organised the themes along the lines of green and environmental issues, well-being and infrastructure and regeneration, with the environmental issues being the largest part, but of course there is a lot of overlap. There are environmental issues that should be taken as quickly as possible. As a council with a finite budget and other immediate pressures, it's easier to talk ourselves into a standstill and not take those first steps. The administration has illustrated this well. The amendment says we can unblock that logjam if we're willing to do some of the simple stuff in front of us. If we want people to recycle, let them do it now, not later. Let's facilitate electrical vehicle charging in the borough as they are elsewhere in the country. Help people who don't have access to electric bike schemes to start their active travel journey today. Make our roads safer and our towns more attractive places to visit. Do something now about the burgeoning children's mental health crisis. None of this is rocket science. All of it is possible, but only if we will it. In the last year's amendment, the Liberal Democrats put forward several items that drew interest from the administration, and some have been scoped out and investigated. We'd hope that at least the same would happen again, as I'd hope that our amendment this year is seen as adding value to Council in the same way. Mayor, I commend this budget to the Council, this budget amendment to the Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lawson. Is that seconded? Councillor Marchington.
Yeah, second that, Mr. Mayor, and reserve the right.
Okay, now we move to the amendments debate. All amendments have now been moved and seconded. Are there any comments on the amendments? Stick your hands up, keep your hands up so the officers can get your names down. I will go to, who will I go to? Councillor Donna Bellamy first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm standing to speak in support of the Conservative amendment. With regards to the maintenance budget for the upkeep and replacement of street furniture throughout the borough, this would be greatly appreciated in the Colne Valley, where at present community groups like Pride in Linthwaite are refurbing waste bins in the area, so no, they're not without, even though it appears that they are being removed. Also, the review of winter maintenance. I have and still receive numerous calls, emails, messages regarding grit bins. So hopefully a review will be able to answer the questions raised by residents. Extra money for flood management and drainage. Now, who wouldn't want to support that? Or am I the only one that drove through flooded roads to get here tonight? I may be better going back by a canal boat. The 4.5 million capital funding to tackle areas of traffic congestion. That would also be a great help to the Colne Valley, especially in Slathwaite, as a flourishing village with more and more businesses locating there, which is great, but it does have its problems with an increase in traffic and heavy goods vehicles going through what is already a village with not the best of access. Meaning that if this money was there, the area would gain from a study on what improvements could possibly be made. And to think all this can be achieved without actually increasing council tax, which would be a great help to our residents. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bellamy. Councillor Smage.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I also rise to support the Conservative amendment and echo comments that have been made about children's learning and the extra money that we're putting into that. I also welcome the extra monies for highways and smaller towns and villages. In respect of the latter, the capital budget in the administration's papers, there has a very large percentage of schemes that are for Huddersfield and Dewsbury, and very little for the rest of Kirklees. Does the whole of Kirklees not need a sustainable economy? When the money's been used for the current schemes, there is only £4 million left in the Labour administration's budget for places such as Birstall and Birkenshaw, which hopefully will be in future rounds of funding, but how much would there be left in real terms? The Conservative amendment helps to redress some of that balance. The highway schemes in the capital plan again do not take account of traffic flows across the whole of Kirklees. As an illustration, and I'm sorry, but I'm going to get parochial, if I can say the word. In Birstall and Birkenshaw, we've been trying to get a transportation study for the A62 between Junction 27 and past Birstall Smithies as an important step to having an overall plan for the area, as it is so heavily congested with traffic. Yet we're having problems with the council being able to even put together the brief to go out to get that transportation study. This is a major artery route into Kirklees, with a major retail park which provides a very large portion of business rates for Kirklees. And yet trying to get an overall transport plan to ensure movement of cars, pedestrians and public transport is proving extremely challenging. There should be more funds for areas such as these in Kirklees. And just getting potholes fixed seems to be a major challenge. And as for the roundabout at Birkenshaw, well, a priority in the council's own 2020 Air Quality Action Plan to make changes, and yet here we are still in 2022, them still not in place. It would seem that even though Kirklees have declared a climate emergency, it's still not delivering on all identified projects to help air quality for residents. Which brings me back to Gelderd Road, as we know it, or the A62. Another area with potential air quality issues, and yet even a transportation study to start to look towards what can be achieved is clearly not something that is a priority in the administration's budget. We need action, not empty words. Thank you.
Councillor Smage, I'm going to go to Councillor Lise Hamilton because she's been missed off the list. So I'm going to get that one out of the way. So if you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It will come as no surprise that I rise to support the Conservative amendment because quite simply it's a better budget. Better for the council and better for all of our residents. The Conservative amendment does deliver more and better services for all and for less money. A lower increase on council tax revenues this year. A lesser burden on public finances. Our budget will impose less of a financial burden on the residents of Kirklees, but we will still deliver more, better and fairer frontline services. Better educational achievement grant support for children left behind. COVID restrictions hit everyone, and children are our future. We'll spring clean all of the village and town centres, not just the two main towns. Increased and better funding to support smaller town and village regeneration centres. This is for all of Kirklees, not just the two main towns. New street scene maintenance will tidy up those tatty bins. Put up better and clearer road signs. How long have I been campaigning for this? Don't you see the state of the roads while you're driving around the district. Missing signs, broken signs, no road markings. Good grief, a stranger comes into the area, must wonder where they've landed, where are they going? There is no direction. The whole area needs a big tidy up. And road maintenance, well, there's one. The entire district is in need of this. I know there's been a programme of updating the unclassified roads, and that's great. But let's get some major road schemes done. Let's get it done now, not later. Let's combat those congested junctions. Get the traffic moving. Reduce that air pollution caused by all the queuing and stop-start traffic. Winter maintenance, winter comes every year. Let's get those grit bins to all residential areas. Let's help people to help themselves. Stop burdening our residents with higher council tax increases while sitting on a huge amount of reserves. Yes, I know the council must have money in reserve for a rainy day, but are you planning for a monsoon, a flood of biblical proportions, or building another ark? It's time to do more with less, and it's time to do it now. Provide better value for our residents and Kirklees as a whole. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bolt. No, it's all right. I was going to say Councillor Iredale. I should have known better. I'm going to go for Councillor Iredale.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm speaking on behalf or for the Lib Dem budget. In particular, the extra funding for community and local roads and pavements. I was talking about the Gorka ward, and if that's parochial, guilty as charged. Our ward has benefited from the increase in funding for local and community roads. We are delighted that after many years, Walmford and Mance Drive are going to be resurfaced soon, getting rid of 326 potholes and patches. But the list of roads that are in urgent need of repair is still too long and increasing. That is why we are proposing to increase and bring forward the spending on road repairs. It is not just the local roads money needs spending on, but pavements as well, for everyone, especially the young, or some with prams, the infirm and the elderly with wheelchairs, so they can walk or be pushed around safely. But why are our roads in such a poor state? With highways, I have been chasing up poor reinstatement by both Northern Power Grid and Northern Gas Networks. Labour Road, a major road in my ward, was dug up within weeks of being resurfaced to undertake emergency work. Fair enough, but the reinstatement was awful and will soon have to be done again. Northern Gas, for many weeks, dug up the town end in Gorka, and the flags that they took up, the Yorkshire Stone flags they took up, they damaged and put them back down again. Why did they think this was okay? The Liberal Demo group are proposing that as part of the capital programme, there is extra capacity in highways to check that reinstatements are completed to a standard. It does no one any favours if the roads are dug up and not put back properly. Future potholes waiting to happen. If utility companies, and I worked with one for many years, are chased up and made to come back and perhaps repair what they've done, then perhaps there will be better repairs in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Richard Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I've only got 5 minutes, so I had to pick and choose which bits of amendments I was going to speak on. So I'm going to mention the Green Amendment, firstly. So in some respects, I envy the Green Party, because they know that in both national and local politics, They can say things, promise things that they know they will never have to deliver, because they'll never be able to get anywhere near taking control of anything. And this amendment is clearly written with that poetic licence as its core principle. This is not a serious budget amendment for how this council is going to provide services. It's a political statement made by someone to his core supporters in the full knowledge that none of it will never happen. There is no vision in this amendment to address the concerns of residents regarding the soaring cost of council tax, nor is there any consideration given to residents' concerns with the poor level of service they are currently enduring under this Labour administration. I speak to people in my ward, and they tell me they are concerned about the state of our roads, about the poor standard of their bin service, about the fact that their children have missed lots of school time with COVID. They are concerned about the financial burden being placed on them, and they are worried that the administration is going to increase their council tax yet again, and not only increase it, but also fail to address any of the issues to boot. Budget Council is an opportunity for political groups to make their offer to the residents of Kirklees. This is what we can do to improve your lives. If we're in a position to control this authority, people can listen to this meeting, decide for themselves whether this political group are offering them something to their families, their areas which will improve their lot. So should a resident wish, they can attend or watch this meeting online and see for themselves who has their priorities at heart. Does it sort the roads, the bins, the gritting in winter? Does it take account of how much I have to pay each month? Does it concentrate on what a council is here to deliver? All of these are legitimate and relevant questions for a resident to look for in a budget amendment. This amendment doesn't address any of these concerns. Instead, it's an extremely political budget which will not address the concerns of the residents we represent, the ones who pay the council tax and expect a service in return. Does the Green Party believe that the residents in this borough would like the council to spend almost £6 million of their money, taxpayers' money, on retrofitting houses to achieve net zero? Even those who may believe they would benefit from such a scheme will be asked to pay an extra comfort charge for the privilege. It doesn't detail the exact cost per tenant of this comfort charge, but it does mention the £85,000 per property it would cost the taxpayer to retrofit these houses. The Passive House Standard makes its annual trip to the Kirklees budget meeting. This year it's seeking £795,000 from our already hard-up council taxpayers. So members, we have a choice. As elected representatives for this borough, we have heard, as we usually do, a collection of socialists, while putting up our council taxes yet again by the maximum possible, seek to blame this on the government. But as my colleague, Councillor Watson, alluded to earlier, I have absolutely no idea how much money they will need to provide a proper service. I am proud of the Conservative amendments. Councillor Greaves says he doesn't want a council tax rise, but he can't see any other way. Well, colleagues, let me tell you, there is another way. I've used the same criteria to assess our amendments as I used when I looked at the Labour budget and the various different amendments before us this evening. Does it sort the roads, the bins, the gritting in winter? Does it take account of how much I have to pay each month? Does it concentrate on what a council is here to deliver? All of these are legitimate and relevant questions for a resident to look for in a budget amendment. This amendment does address these concerns. It is the only amendment that recognises the increasing financial pressure facing families. Instead of political grandstanding, which we've heard from so many members this evening, it actually offers hope.
25 seconds.
It offers hope to residents in this borough that we can make a positive difference to people's lives. There's recognition of what residents feel aggrieved about in their day-to-day life. People say to me they're proud of their area, but nobody from Kirklees seems to care about keeping our communal areas clean and tidy. People say to me they're worried about the impact of COVID pandemic on their children's education. One of the most common subjects on which I receive casework is the state of our roads.
Your time is up, Councillor Smith.
So thank you very much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor. There is a much better way than this awful Labour budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kendrick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Far be it from me ever to say I'm too proud to accept offers of funding. I'm not. particularly for children's services. I'm proud of that. I'm really interested in the Conservative budget, which offers £1 million in 25-26 and £1 million in 26-27 for special educational needs. Brilliant. Some of our most challenged and needy children and their families. It is a shame, though, that the government, through the DFE, took away, by mistake they say, £7 million from our budget for special educational needs some years back. And then when they admitted that they'd done that, they didn't say, we're going to give you £7 million back. They said, we're going to give you £1 million a year. So, but each year we've put in the £7 million our children need with special educational needs, and that adds up year on year on year. Our deficit for that is now £35 million. £1 million in 25-26 and 26-27 is a drop in the ocean and lets our children and families down. Let's be clear about that. The Conservative budget also offers £1 million for improving educational attainment in schools. That works out at £5,555 per school. It is a shame, though, that we already have that money, but the government is taking it away from this council in April. So are they just feeling embarrassed about that and putting it back? I wonder. Could I just move on to mental health, our children and young people? I think no one denies that is an issue. Because of COVID, because of the pressures with social media and so on, it is a really serious issue for our children and young people. And I noticed that the Liberal Democrats have addressed that in their budget. And I was part of the Spen Valley councillors who invested in projects for schools to help with mental health. That was a really good thing. However, it's not a strategic approach in my view. We do have mental health support teams. So we were part of a national pilot project, and we're one of the first areas to benefit from funding, and that was funding from government. I absolutely accept that. What we have is not enough. It only covers 50% of schools. But the 5th team was recruited in January this year. We also are unique in that we have educational psychologists as part of our teams, and plans are in place to roll out that programme to all schools. The mental health support team funding has now been added to the clinical commissioning group baseline funding as part of their long-term NHS plan. And now there is mental health support team grant funding available for schools to bid for. So in a way, it has been mainstreamed through our colleagues in the NHS, and it will be available to our schools. In terms of educational attainment, as Councillor Reynolds said, if our children are suffering emotionally or mentally, then educational attainment is probably beyond their grasp. And therefore it is absolutely vital that we have this funding and our schools bid for it and continue to develop support for our children in our schools. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kendrick. Councillor Burke, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Speak briefly on the Lib Dem amendment proposals, which you will see and heard already our practical, realistic approach to the budget. So there's not a lot we can do faced with government cuts and the Tory cost of living crisis, but we can make sensible amendments which will improve what we do and improve where we live for the better. The Lib Dem group have made several well-considered and fully costed proposals under the following headlines: Cleaner, Greener, Kirklees, looking at glass recycling and bringing this back without delay, not trials. Also electric bike scheme, bulky waste collections and air quality monitors. Improving our local infrastructure, an additional 15 million improvements for our roads and pavements.
This is needed following Conservative government cuts to our road and pothole repairs in the last number of years. Regeneration and economic development, investment in economy and skills team, and toilets for public use. Wellbeing, focusing on children's mental health, following the successful place partnership that we've seen in the Colne Valley, which is positively impacted on the Linley ward and the other wards in that partnership. It's been addressed somewhat, but it's not been in the Labour budget, or it doesn't seem to be a priority. It was mentioned earlier that there's information on this and it needs to be requested. That's a request. I want to pick out two areas of our amendments. Air quality monitors. Air quality monitors, we've got one of the first ones in the Linley ward, and we decided that the best place for this would be outside of our schools to protect our children and young people. We're concerned about air quality around schools. Breathing in dirty air can affect children's health and well-being. That's why we need air quality monitoring devices located around our schools to protect our distinctive environment, raise awareness of the issues and dangers, help people to be healthier, and make sure our streets are pleasant places to live, work and play, and also to visit. This, along with other initiatives of closing streets near schools at school drop-off and pick-up times, would have a positive impact on our children and young people. Roads, it is incredibly disappointing again when the Conservative government cuts our highways funding. If we're going to be serious about active travel locally in Kirklees, active travel needs to be a priority. We have to improve our roads and footpaths and make them safe, and not jump ahead of ourselves trying to do things which is further down the line. We need to address the immediate impact of unsafe roads and footpaths. Our proposal to add an additional 15 million aims to tackle roads and pavements in need of immediate repair, of which there are many, as we all know, in our own areas. There will be funding for over 120 schemes across all 23 wards. We need the government, I suppose, to fix our funding so that we can then fix our roads. We want to help all our residents and communities, not just in the Linley ward, which is neglected by this administration somewhat, and also by the Conservative government. Our proposals will benefit all 23 wards in Kirklees, improve our communities and quality of living for all. We want to create cleaner, greener and safer communities. Our sensible and realistic proposals go a long way to achieving this for all of our residents, all of our communities, all over Kirklees. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burke. We need to remove Councillor Cooper's name because you can't speak again, because you can only speak on amendment and on the motion. So have a word with Councillor Lee Richards if she wants to speak again. You did reserve the right, of course, didn't you? We'll go to Councillor Lukic next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last year's Tory budget amendment would have been disastrous for Dewsbury Regeneration, so I was happy to help vote it down. This time they're leaving Dewsbury Regeneration alone, aside from some barbed comments in their preamble about investments in major towns. Like last year, I wonder if they ran that bit past Mark Eastwood, who as MP, of course, sits on the Dewsbury Town Board, overseeing much needed investments in a major Kirklees town. We do need more road improvements and cleaner, tidier streets. We do need to invest more in education after the damage wrought by the pandemic. We do need more scrutiny over the contentious, disproportionately expensive proposals for Huddersfield. But while I certainly support the principle of minimising council tax rises, the Tory group's rhetoric surrounding this isn't quite ringing true. The Tories say how alarmed they are about a council tax increase of 3% at a time when many will struggle. Indeed, the maximum council tax increases our residents have endured year on year is undeniably alarming. Why then do we see them year on year trumpeting how much more spending power councils will gain, but in the small print saying, as long as you put in a maximum increase to council tax? And why such little concern from them about the tax hikes they themselves are directly responsible for? Thanks to their own manifesto breach, most ordinary workers will be deducted 10% more national insurance from their pay this year. They complain about households paying 40, 50, 60 pounds more council tax, but seem happy to overlook hundreds more in national insurance. The rhetoric of lower taxes if you side with us inevitably becomes much tougher to swallow for our residents. Then we turn to the fact this council has, unfortunately, a long-standing status of being poorly funded per head of population when compared with others. It's taken so long to address this that we've now had to join the F20 group, looking for a basic minimum funding floor as a temporary fix. Now, wouldn't that be a genuine example of levelling up after years of levelling up rhetoric? Surely the Tories would be calling from the rooftops to redress this disadvantage for our residents now, at such a challenging time, rather than at some indeterminate time in the future. Instead, we're left to listen to the sound of crickets. So if we get to it in the voting, I will be supporting the Tory amendment, but based simply on what it does, not their narrative. As for Labour's approach to council tax, all we've heard year after year is maximum increase, we've got no choice, maximum increase, we've got no choice. Even when we've previously been offered flexibility to defer part of the increase at a time of crisis for residents, they weren't interested and were unapologetic in raising council tax by the maximum. So any concern we're hearing from the Labour side now about household bills rings even more hollow, unfortunately. And just to finish, I have to ask for the umpteenth time, something that none of the groups have proposed. Let's scrap the charges for short stay parking and stop driving away trade. Dewsbury deserves better all round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lukic. Councillor O'Donovan.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. You might think I'm being pedantic with this next bit, but I get concerned when I read amendments, and I'm looking at the Conservative group amendment, at the word alarmed. Now, when you alarm people, according to the dictionary, you are making someone feel frightened, disturbed, or in danger. Now, I think there was many more other choices of words that could have been used in there, because words are powerful, and I certainly hope that the Conservative group don't wish that emotion to be on the public of Kirklees, but it interprets that way, and I'm concerned at that choice of words. I'm also a bit confused, Mr. Mayor, because when you look at the Conservative group budget amendment from last year, particularly on the General Revenue Fund, there isn't a single item on last year's budget amendment that reflects in this year's budget amendment. So all the aspirations that were in last year's Conservative group amendment can't have meant very much. Or we've tackled them, one or the other. I don't know which one, because they don't appear this year. And that to me shows a lack of strategy and forward thinking, almost like a sticking plaster amendment. I'm surprised. I don't think Councillor Bolt's here. He may be right with some examples around West Yorkshire about cycle lanes and routes that could be better than what they are. And he mentions the crazy schemes around Kirklees. But I've read both sides, both pages of this Conservative group amendment, and I can't see anything in here for active travel, to improve cycle lanes, to improve greenways. Nothing. Really surprised at that, considering it seemingly is quite a big, important thing for the Conservative group. Councillor Kendrick's right. It's interesting to see such a significant investment in SEND in years 25, 26 and 26, 27. But the need doesn't exist then. We're tackling the need now. That's too little too late, a drop in the ocean as we've heard. You might read the educational attainment programme, looks good on paper, wow, £1 million each year for the next sort of few years. But again, there's other ways to tackle that. The educational need attainment doesn't need addressing next year. It needed to be last year, but it wasn't in the budget amendment last year. And actually, what we've done in Dewsbury West, before last school summer holidays, is we approached the schools in Dewsbury West and we said to the teachers, what do you need? We've got a ward budget. How can we help? And every single school in Dewsbury West came back to us with something. And we gave a little bit of funding to each school just to help them and their kids through those summer holidays. That's what could be done. Really simple, could have already happened. It doesn't need grandstand statements like this that don't actually work in practice. So, yeah, I can't support, big surprise, this Conservative Group amendment. I don't think it shows any ambition. I don't think it shows any real strategy because it's so different to last year's. I think it's a soundbite, a sticking plaster, whatever you want to call it, and I can't support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donovan. I'm not seeing any new names coming up on here. I can tell you that we're already going to go beyond 9 o'clock. So unless I see some new hands go up, in addition to this list, I will close the list. Councillor Mather. Anyone else? No, so I close the list after Councillor Mather. Okay, Councillor Hall. David Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I shall save some of my comments to speak on the substantive motion after the votes on the amendment. But just to say that I think really I'm going to propose something else this year, because I think that those that are moving the amendments from the various groups, the time they are allowed should be inversely proportionate to the amount of words that they've put in the budget amendment. Because we're really getting to a rather silly stage, and this happened about, I think it was 2015, where one of the groups put an amendment in without any figures in it. And ever since then, these papers have been getting longer and longer and longer, and we now almost have a speech written out. So I'd like to propose, I'll propose this in leaders' meeting, that next year, actually, we put figures in the budget amendment and nothing else, and leave it to the speeches. Anyway, that's an aside. Can I thank those of you that already made comments? I agree entirely with what Councillor Iredale said about reinstatement of roadworks. We have to acknowledge that these budget amendments which are submitted are merely statements of political direction, because the opposition groups do not have the resources and are not given the time to actually work up the budgets which the administration can do. And I think we have to acknowledge that. We can't cost them to the nearest pound. It's just not something that we can do. Just coming to some of the comments that have been made by other members. Yeah, we have a rather desperate direction from the Labour benches at the moment on how to try and attack our amendment, because the speakers so far have said, oh, yes, we should be putting in extra money into this, but you shouldn't have put it in your amendment. Councillor Kendrick said, yeah, we shouldn't really be putting this extra money into educational attainment. We shouldn't really be putting this extra money into SEND. Well, you know, I invite you, you know, Labour group, vote against it. We've put the extra money in there. We're saying we will invest more in SEND. We will invest more in educational attainment. By all means, vote against that. And we'll make sure that it's loud and clear in our political literature in May. Councillor O'Donovan, again, a rather desperate attack on the Conservative amendment. Yes, it does use the word alarmed. It says we are alarmed. The Conservative group is alarmed. It's the Conservative group that's been frightened by the Labour proposals. We're not saying anybody else has, and we're not intending to frighten anybody else. He makes light of the fact that many of the ideas that were actually in our last year's budget amendment have subsequently been adopted by the Labour budget. There is a lot of stuff in the Labour budget which we can welcome, an awful lot. And I think if anybody in this room actually read through the budget and the amendments, I'm pretty sure they would agree with about 97% of everything that is in the amendment and the budget. We're actually arguing about an awfully small amount compared to the total of the budget. So, you know, it's okay saying, oh, it wasn't in last year's, but if last year's has subsequently been adopted, it would be rather silly to put it in this year's. And then, of course, he spends more time actually dwelling on what isn't in the Conservative amendment rather than what is. But, guess what? That's your job. If you want something in the budget, you've got to talk to your own group to get it in the budget. It's no use complaining that it isn't in ours. You've got to do that and tackle it yourself. I will make some more comments later when I address the motion, Mr. Mayor, about affordability, because I don't think enough has been said about that, but I'll leave it there for now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I realise, Councillor Richards, that you'd reserved the right. Do you still want to speak because your name's not on the list? You do? No, you don't. Okay, all right, okay. Right, Councillor Paolo Davis.
Okay, so I'm speaking in support of the Liberal Democrat budget amendments, in particular about one which often gets overlooked. And there's been much discussion tonight about the big issues in terms of the budget, in terms of support of social needs, social care, education, childcare, so on. What I want to say, even if I'm about to say it, it feels really prosaic. But I'm not going to apologise because it is an important issue. Public toilets and washrooms, they're a vital part of our public communities, and the provision is essential in any civilised society. There's been a steady reduction in recent years, and in Kirklees in particular, there are very few and far between, and many have been closed to cut costs and save money. I think following the pandemic and through COVID, this has been brought into sharp relief. The facilities that people sort of pop into, whether they're invited to or not, and whether the business owners want them to or not. I'm sure we've all done it. The pubs, the cafes and the shops and everything that have been shut have just made people realise that the public conveniences aren't there. And we should be encouraging people out and about into our town centres, visiting the shops, coming out and spending money and being out in our lovely places. We have plans to spend millions on regeneration. Kirklees has already spent millions on regeneration. The George, behind the piazza. We've got the blueprint and the cultural heart and all of that to come. And there are also plans to spend on active travel, playable spaces, regeneration. There are lots of spending plans. This is a budget meeting. And the point I want to make that all this money is at risk of being flushed down the pan. And I know it's prosaic, I can't say it any other way, if we don't put the budget in there to provide the public conveniences for the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Homewood.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of comments really on the Conservative amendment. I mean, for me, when reading it, I was lost pretty quickly. And I think particularly when I got to the bit where it says, quite calmly, that the council just ought to be providing better services for less money. And I think that lost me straight away to really not believe this was a serious amendment. And I think I don't need to go through it all again because I think my colleagues have explained, you know, the 200 million of cumulative cuts we've had to budget since 2010. And I know Councillor Donovan mentioned, I think it was 50 million potentially lost if we hadn't increased council tax during that period. And so I just think any reasonable person in Kirklees couldn't look at that and think we can provide more services than we could in 2010. It's just not feasible. And so straight away, I just don't think that is a serious amendment. And to me, it just encapsulates the Conservatives Party's view on this matter in terms of so-called levelling up. You know, it's all about smoke and mirrors, no additional money, but more things that we've got to deliver. And I think I agree with my colleague Councillor Scott was saying earlier that, or sort of building on that actually one of the easiest ways that we could level up is to provide more funding to local councils to actually deal with poverty, infrastructure spending, etc. And we're not seeing that. And I think it was Councillor Taylor who before was saying, oh, we need to do better at kind of working out how to be successful in these bids for levelling up fund. The idea that, if in northern towns, in places like Kirklees, we've somehow got to jump through hoops to get bits of funding for things that we should have anyway. Why do we need to do that? And these obscure kind of criteria that seem to be quite largely based on whether you have a government minister in your constituency, that is not the right approach. What the government should be doing is providing that money to councils, to combined authorities to actually invest and spend. So I think that's wrong. And as Councillor Scott was saying as well, the government doesn't seem to have any ideas about this. In the Labour Party, we do have some ideas that actually we can be a little bit redistributive and put some money back into places like Kirklees. And so to me, it just doesn't, that part of the amendment just doesn't add up to me. The second thing I just wanted to mention was just on the blueprint and the cultural heart. I think it says there that COVID has changed the relationship between consumers and retailers. I don't think it has actually. I think what's happened is it's been a catalyst for what was already happening. We're seeing that speed up, that more people are moving away from town centres for shopping and retail, but they do want access to places to eat and drink and cultural activities. That was already happening and it's sped up. So I think the idea that the answer to that question is to slow down what we're doing and step back and do less and take longer to think about it, I don't think that's answering the questions that were being posed here. I think we need to actually move quickly and deliver those things so that we have a town centre that we can be proud of and that people want to use. And we know one of the things that's happened is since the pandemic, and I've seen this through the transport situation, is that whilst people are not travelling as much for work, they are travelling now more for leisure because they want to get out and they want to meet people. So that's a real opportunity for us. If we don't take that advantage now, where are we going to be? And the final thing I just wanted to mention is, because I think the Conservative Amendment has this every time, is to cut out costs for trade union support. And I think it's really important to say this, to me, again, shows a clear distinction of what we're about. The Conservative Party do not seem to be interested in the representation of our workers in the council and having that proper collective coming together and working with the council collaboratively to improve services. And I think that would be something that would be wrong and would not help the council run more effectively. So those are the points I want to make, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Homewood. Councillor Anthony Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will obviously be speaking to the Liberal Democrat budget amendment. I'd just like to pick up on a couple of what seem to be overarching themes going on from parties of various colours. It is a little bit rich of the Conservatives, I think, to distance themselves from the impacts of austerity, of the changes to local council funding, particularly when they are presiding over a tax burden on the general public, which is its highest level for over 70 years. And they talk about the cost of living crisis. This cost of living crisis has been overseen and in many ways assisted by the Conservative government. So I do take issue with some of the comments that have come from that side of the floor. I'd like to speak to just a couple of issues on our amendment. And the first one is the children's mental health funding. Now, I understand that a number of the Labour members have said that children's mental health is a priority and is a priority in this budget. So I just ask, please show me where that is, where that line item is in the budget. What we're asking for is a specific bit of funding which builds on some absolutely fantastic work that fell out of the place partnerships. Now, this work, in the case of Colne Valley, bridged a particular gap at a critical moment when we're in the middle of a pandemic for school children between the usual pastoral care that children were getting from the teams in the school, from contact with the friends and family, and between referral services to the NHS or CAMS, which were already overburdened, overstretched, difficult to get any sort of timely intervention. And the help that we put in place made a positive, early, direct impact on those children and allowed them to get on with their lives and their learning in a positive way. And I am told from some of the feedback and evidence that we've got, actually probably directly led to less referrals to those other services. So I would plead with our colleagues in the Labour Party to just have a look at this, if nothing else, have a look at this specific line item and see what you can do to bring back that funding, because that money is about to disappear and those services are about to disappear. And it's not a lot of money and it's having a massive impact on the young people. The other item I want to speak to in particular is our proposal to introduce a couple of free bulky waste collections for our residents. I've also heard from Labour that tackling fly tipping is a priority item for them, which I welcome. But surely it would be easier to give the people of Kirklees an easy and responsible method of disposing of their bulky waste in the first place. You know, people will go to white man in a van who's not got a proper commercial licence, will be told whatever they can, and that rubbish is ending up all over our wards, and it's costing the council hundreds of thousands of pounds a year to deal with. I think the best thing you could do to make a significant impact on fly tipping is improve the options for people to dispose of the waste responsibly. Give them a couple of free waste collections. See what an impact that has been that makes. You can see what an impact that has made in other councils which have introduced similar schemes.
30 seconds.
That's all I've got to say, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was a bit unexpected. I thought there was other people on the list, but I just want to address a couple of points raised by colleagues, Councillor Smith and Lukic. The government's financial settlement is based on the assumption of a council tax uplift. Let's be clear, this is a Tory tax. And Councillor Taylor, the additional council tax rebate that we're proposing in our budget is separate and in addition to any assistance from government, if I may correct you, please. And I agree with Councillor Homewood, the Tory amendment is based on false assumptions. The pandemic hasn't brought a change in the relationship between consumers and retailers. It has accelerated an existing consumer trend that the blueprint was based on. The public want us to deliver the blueprint and cultural quarter as soon as possible and not delay it, as suggested by the Tory amendment. The Tory amendment is out of touch with the people of Kirklees. When the Tories talk about efficiency savings beyond what's already identified in the Labour budget, they're talking about job losses and reduced services. This is not the direction we are headed in, nor is it a political aspiration of Labour. This Tory amendment is disjointed, full of contradictions. They say we need our streets cleaner, but they want to cut services. It feels like they haven't really sat down together and talked to each other. It reads as a shopping list of wishes, or it makes me think that the Conservative group must be so fragmented to produce such an incoherent, inconsistent amendment. The amendment is clearly lacking in any strategic thinking or vision, and I think the Tory group fared better in previous years when they failed to submit an amendment. I'd stick to that.
Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I rise to speak on behalf of the Unified Conservative Amendment. I note with disappointment, but without surprise, that this administration is, as ever, determined to apply the maximum permitted increase of all but 2% on council tax, and that the minor groups in this chamber are content to go along with this. Despite the fact that the cost of living is rising sharply at the moment, this administration and others in the chamber are prepared to add to the financial pressures on our residents. It is easy, and in this borough perhaps even fashionable, to blame all and any local ills on the government. This deliberately ignores the need for this council, or indeed the duty of this council, to take a proactive approach towards our duty to provide the best possible service to our residents at the best possible price. Falling back on cries of victimhood does not help our citizens, and nor does annually ratcheting up the council tax take by the maximum amount permitted, which avoids the need of a local referendum. Don't help. The borough needs a change of administration to one which will have the courage and ability to lead. The present administration falls well short on this. My party stands ready to serve. I'm pleased that the Conservative group, alone in this council, is seeking to make efficiency savings and offering alternative spending plans which will have the effect of holding the core council tax burden on our residents at the current level. My instinct, and that of my colleagues, is to reduce the financial burden which this council imposes on our citizens. There is, of course, a linked proposal to increase the adult social care precept by 1%, raising £2 million ring-fenced for this service area. I think it is right and proper to consider this as not being part of the unring-fenced general council tax, for it serves a specific and important purpose. In the borough, as in the nation as a whole, we have a significant number of disabled adults, alongside a generally ageing and often infirm population. Their needs can be complex and are cumulatively expensive. Current Kirklees projections suggest that the borough will, within this decade, see an extra 16,000 older people, leading to some 96,000 people over 65 within our population. Not all of these will require care, but many will. Alongside this projection is one that suggests the number of people with dementia will increase within this decade by some 20%, and that the number of adults with learning difficulties will also increase, largely due to increased longevity in this group. We should, nay must, meet these needs. Adult social care costs, including some 17,000 home care hours per week, amount to some £108 million. This accounts for almost a third of the annual Kirklees budget. It would be naive to think that, it would be naive to think that with a budget of this size, there is no scope for efficiency savings. And this is an area I hope to revisit in the future. I am mindful that much of the cost of adult social care relates to wages for those on the front line, those who carry out the difficult and unglamorous tasks associated with caring. They deserve to be properly rewarded for the work. For this year, then, I support the proposed 1% uplift in adult social care precept. I have no hesitation in voting for the Conservative amendment, which combines calls for a standstill on council tax, alongside a 1% increase in the adult social care precept. And I urge this chamber to join me in this. That being said,
30 seconds.
Thank you. And for the reasons I outlined above, should the final version of the budget motion put to council still contain a rise in general council tax of all but 2%, I would be unlikely to support it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marchington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to focus on a small number of items in our budget amendment, and if time, comment on some of the other amendments. Those of you who know me quite well would please know I haven't cycled in this evening. Even I didn't think it was fit to do that. But I am a recent e-bike user, and I live in Goker, I live above the snow line, above 250 metres. But I just think it makes cycling around Kirklees a really practical option, even in the hilly areas. I've managed 600 miles in the last 6 months. Last week I did 83 work miles on my e-bike to Huddersfield Town Centre, Marsden, Meltham, and back again. And it was great charging along the way. I've done that through Cycle to Work, but not everybody has access to that scheme. And what the e-bike demonstrator does, it encourages people who cannot access the Cycle to Work scheme to try using an e-bike. And I would hope if it's not huge numbers of people, I think over the 5 years it'd be 100 people. I would hope those people will be willing to say how practical it is to use an e-bike in our area. So again, it's one of the examples of how we can demonstrate carbon reduction projects, and I hope somebody as Andrew Cooper said, hopefully over time somebody will take notice of that. The second one we want, it's a big one close to my heart, is the PV scheme and battery scheme. I think it's horrible when people have a go at the green, but I mean, I think, Andrew, the green budget has been well thought out. There's some really exciting ideas in that. We would be minded to support it. The thing I would say about solar PV is, actually, if you're wanting to make an impact on the fuel bills of local people, actually a PV battery storage system, you're going from being able to use about we use about 20% of our electricity we generate, because you can only use it when actually to overnight. And my son, who's installed using his own money a solar PV battery system, last year imported from the grid only 600 units of electricity. He's reduced his bills by well over 50%. And using this as a demonstrator on council houses is a twin track thing. It actually makes the biggest impact to those people who've got very high electricity bills. I was talking to one of my residents the other year who used twice the amount of electricity that we do, the average. And it's a practical way of doing that for those who are struggling to meet their energy bills, but also if we use it as a demonstrator. So if we develop the skills in-house to do that, then it could be offered to other people in the local area, as we did when we offered insulation to every single house in the borough. We're developing the skills, and it is becoming practical. And also the ability at the moment, if we're creative about how we sell the exported energy on the market, it makes this very affordable. And you might want to have a discussion with residents about, well, is it appropriate to charge a little bit more for the rent because you're actually going to save £400 or £500 a year on that. So I think that's practical. So it's green, but it also directly, practically tackles the cost of living crisis. Something that's really passionate, and I'm passionate about, is understanding the local economy and the costs of what it means to really live here. It was refreshingly honest of the Labour Mayor of West Yorkshire to say that their scheme about the high-skilled, high-paid union jobs for young people was not enough, was a drop in the ocean. And it does concern me when we only focus on the top end of the jobs market. That phrase, and Jackie will never get sick of it, the ladder of opportunity, which should be at the heart of Kirklees' economic development strategy. I've called it the ladders of opportunity, because there's huge employment opportunities in and around Kirklees. And to make sure that everybody has access to a well-paid job, whatever their skilled level. And actually we know that people who are in work and are earning enough to pay their bills and their food and all that stuff are much better able to reach whatever crisis they face in the future. Cathy Scott talked earlier on, Councillor Scott talked earlier about long-term sustainable solutions, not knee-jerk reactions. And it's okay reacting to COVID crisis and the the current cost of living crisis. We need a local economy.
25 seconds.
Thank you. That works for our residents, which will deal with whatever crisis is coming across the horizon, whether that's COVID, whether it's cost of living, or whether it's the saving the planet for future generations. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marchington. Councillor McBride.
The alternative budgets of the different groups, apart from the Tories, are relatively responsible, albeit they're predicated on long-term additional borrowing. The Liberals have some, I think, interesting ideas regarding storage of wind and solar energy and curbside charging points. Our differences of ambition for the immediate future are centred around the ability to achieve savings and efficiencies on presumptions that they can be so attained. The Tory budget is of a different order and magnitude. It's based on a premise that a 2% above that factored in for social care is unnecessary, no doubt aware that such a cut would be permanently installed in government's calculations for future council needs. Their ambitions for expenditure rest on presumptions of money forthcoming from a positive impact of the Tory fairer funding scheme, which in effect is an assumption that money will magically accrue. I would call it fairy funding. With regard to the capital budget, they have they have arbitrarily hacked out 25 million from the cultural heart of Huddersfield because they have not got detailed business case for this part of the plan. It was for this reason we engaged consultants, so that no group, no particular councils would presume that they could manage a programme like this. And what we were assured of the time and what will be delivered is a regular update from the consultants of how far they've got with that planning. And shortly, that will be forthcoming. But for the Tories to then say, because they haven't got an immediate plan about a bit of the overall programme, is truly absurd. And it was for that reason we engaged consultants, so that you didn't have councillors playing these silly sort of games. We wanted to be properly guided and have a scheme that was completely viable. And I think we will, that one such will be so delivered. So what you see from the Tories is savage cuts to the Huddersfield master plan related to the fact that perhaps that its MP is Labour, and the fact that the money is hacked out of Huddersfield because the majority of its councillors are Labour. I think there's only 3 that are not. And it is interesting that money isn't taken from other parts of the regeneration budget. It's taken specifically from those areas, which seems to me quite ridiculous and utterly irresponsible in terms of the regenerative needs of this council. So for these reasons, I would hope you would totally oppose the Tory budget and absolutely, for the reasons given by my colleagues, support the Labour budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McBride. Councillor Munro.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just here to say a few things, particularly on the Lib Dem amendment, which I'm supporting. I think we're making some very sound suggestions, and I think the council should be looking at what we're suggesting and taking some of our ideas up. Firstly, I've been campaigning a great deal on local roads and the poor state of repair of local roads. I think it's something that a lot of residents are very upset about the state of the roads in Kirklees. The locality-based and classified roads programme was launched in 2021 and it funded approximately 130 individual schemes. However, I understand that across Kirklees there are some 3,000 or so unclassified roads that still require improvements. So the funding that was provided for these 130 or so roads is just a mere drop in the ocean in comparison. And travelling around Kirklees, you can see crumbling roads. We've got some in Almonbury too. The roads are literally breaking up. Some pavements are like patchwork quilts. Some roads are like that too. And it's really hazardous for people to walk on the pavements and cross the roads. So I think it's something that really needs addressing. And what really is clear is that we need roads and we need pavements that are fit for purpose. Simply sticking a plaster on the part that's damaged will not fix anything in the long term. We need a robust policy on our roads, and it needs serious attention. It needs addressing now. I'm therefore urging the council to extend the local-based infrastructure road scheme programme by investing a further 15 million over 3 years to make more difference to some of our local roads and pavements, which will benefit pedestrians and road users. I'd also like to say a few words in relation to roadside charging. Experts have said that as soon as electric cars and vehicles become cost competitive with fossil fuel cars, the growth in electric vehicles will be rapid. Are we prepared for this? Everyone needs to be able to charge up their vehicle easily and cheaply. Many are already considering changing their car for an electric model, but many do not have access to off-road parking. It's therefore vital that we have the necessary infrastructure in place if we are to encourage the take-up of EVs and address climate change. I note the Council has allocated some funding, 300k, as part of its climate emergency commitments to install EV infrastructure, but this is really not enough and much more needs to be spent. We need curbside charging. I also note the Council are in the process of developing an EV strategy. We believe a feasibility study on curbside charging should be included as part of that strategy. Merely discussing solutions such as cable gullies and build-outs is not enough. An in-depth study would identify the locations where innovative solutions are required and ensure a wider reach of needs as possible are addressed for the benefit of everyone, because we're all in this together. Please find the money and support our amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Munro. Councillor Simpson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I want to begin by thanking the opposition groups, actually, for their proposals and the work that's gone into them. I don't want to get your hopes up. I'm afraid to say I won't be voting for them, but I do appreciate it, and I do want to say that the issues that you raise are important, and please do speak to us, and particularly me, throughout the year, not just at meetings like this, because I must say, although I know a lot of you are very passionate, few people do actually get in touch with me as elected members throughout the year to discuss issues, and so if you engage in good faith, we'll be sure to work with you. I'm very approachable, I don't bite, I promise. I want to begin by saying that I thought the first 2 minutes of Councillor Lukic's speech were absolutely fantastic. I was asking officers to pull up a chair on this side. I thought it was about to cross the floor. It lost its way towards the end, but the first bit was very welcome. Firstly, on the Conservative amendment, sorry, John, I won't be voting for it or speaking too positively about it, but I do still love you. And to begin with Councillor Smith's comments, I did enjoy the bit where he said that the Greens never have to think about being in power anywhere across the country. It did make me laugh. I don't know if you've heard of it, Richard. There's this place called Scotland. You are meant to be the party of the Union. The Greens are actually in government in Scotland. You know, that country where your leader has called for the Prime Minister to resign for his conduct in Partygate, alongside the mover of your amendment and Councillor Sheard, who I want to thank for having the courage to speak out when others, including our Conservative Kirklees MPs, are toeing the line on that, remaining silent. But whilst I'm on that, I do want to highlight something that the Greens have said in Scotland, because it relates to the passive house proposals. Scottish government policy is, and this statement is from here, we're not proposing the adoption of an existing standard such as passive house, but are investigating how good practice from such very low energy standards can support improved compliance with building regulations and more assurance on performance in practice. So there's clearly some more convincing to do for Green colleagues north of the border. But on the Tory amendment, it claims it'd freeze council tax entirely. I want to remind you of something that you may wish that we'd forgotten, which was your previous amendment, the council tax proposals last year, in which you said you were going to be deferring a council tax increase to this year. And I challenged that at that meeting and raised that in the context of adult social care not getting the funding that it needed, and Councillor Hall responded and said, no, it is going to get it, it's just going to get it in a different year. Well, either it was going to happen this year, obviously it would if that budget amendment had got through, or adult social care would have lost that money, as I said it would have done, as part of last year's budget debate. Their budget amendment, Conservative budget amendment from last year, also included some really big positive assumptions about the level of income recovery that we get, which obviously couldn't have known that Omicron was going to come, that we were going to have another wave, that we were going to be locked down again, as we all hoped we wouldn't. But if we had accepted that amendment at that time, drawing down the reserves, not taking the council tax increase, those commitments that we would have made in spending would have been financially unfulfilled, and we would have been in an incredibly difficult position in terms of this year, because we would have had to have covered that gap. So again, I think the suggestion of, again, spending money based on assumptions that currently, the money that isn't there, that's not existent, can't be considered in any way a responsible approach to running the council's finances. And the fact that the comments that we've had about austerity or underfunding being non-existent, I just want to read a statement from the budget consultation in Tory-run Bolton, which is a Met Council that has a higher level of reserves than Kirklees. They say, the council is facing a serious reduction in its budget as a result of reduced funding from central government and the COVID-19 pandemic. The level of cuts we need to make as a proportion of the whole budget is significant and follows 10 years of austerity measures, which have already had wide-ranging impacts. That's the reality of austerity. It doesn't just hit us, it hits Conservative-run councils as well, and it forces tax rises by stealth in a means by which the government can pretend it's nothing to do with them, but we know that fundamentally it is. So I'm afraid to say it does also ring hollow when we hear about concerns about the impact of a council tax increase.
30 seconds.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. That their government have built into their own funding assumptions. Yes, it's £36 for a Band D property, but UK households with 2 working people on a total gross pay of 50 grand are going to be paying £635 more in national insurance contributions extra for this year. So that's 1,664% higher than the council tax proposals. So, I'll take it at face value once we start hearing more about the government breaking its manifesto pledges on that.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. Finally, Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yet again, I'd make the observation that tonight we've heard so much about Tory austerity, the policies over the last 10, 12 years and so forth. And I'd make the point once again that when we had an election 2 years ago, there had been 10 years of Tory economic policy, and the people voted for that. Now, I don't know how much influence you think that we've got over this side of the room, but if you keep going on about this, it's not going to change. We can't change it. We can't phone up the Prime Minister and change anything. And actually, that's not what the people want. Now, what I would prefer that we do in this council is we look forward rather than continually bleating about what's happened over the last 12 years. Let's look forward. Let's be ambitious. Let's look at what we can do for Kirklees. What can we do to pull ourselves up by our own bootstraps? What can we do in this area to encourage business, investment, development, all those things that will generate more economic activity in this area and will result in a greater council tax take and so forth. So, for example, what could we do in practical terms? Well, I get a lot of feedback from various developers and so forth that the planning process in Kirklees compared to other areas is like swimming through treacle. It's actually a bar on development and investment rather than an encouragement to it. I had to ask for an application to be taken to committee last year just to drive that to a decision. By that time, the applicant had got to the point where they really didn't care anymore whether it was a pass or a fail. They just wanted it resolved so that they could then take some business decisions. And if we look at the mindset of the council at the moment, if we look at the website, look at the planning development section, we've still got loads of stuff on there talking about COVID this and COVID that, and saying, for example, things will be different. This is because our office is infrequently staffed, okay? Out there, I said earlier on that I was concerned that the people running, the group over there running the council are detached from the real world, okay? I work in the private sector. Our office isn't infrequently staffed. Our office is staffed up. Yes, some people are still working from home, but only if it doesn't affect service delivery, because the service delivery to our customers is absolutely critical. So let's stop looking back. Let's be positive. Let's be ambitious. Let's sort out things like the planning department and things like that so that people can do business in this area. Now, it'll come as no surprise to know that I support the Conservative amendment. It's a very well thought through amendment. It's very rounded, and it's designed to benefit people in all parts of Kirklees. I have a vested interest, I'll declare it, in Denby Dale. And it is an amendment that I think would actually serve the people of Denby Dale very well. What I am going to do is I'm going to forward the other groups the courtesy of acknowledging that I have been through their amendments and just making a few comments, if I may, on that. Toilets, I'll pick up on public toilets. Completely with you on that one, but I think we need to think a little bit imaginatively about how we do this. Not in terms of the old-fashioned village toilets standing on their own, smelly, graffitied, all that kind of stuff. But actually, all these villages, a lot of these villages, have public buildings in them. Sisset has the baths. Take Huddersfield, we've got civic centre, massive building. If we go back to the 1970s in Leeds, there was a public toilets there. There's a Tesco's there now. I can't remember the street, somewhere up near Park Row. And there were council offices above it. And there was public toilets in there that were actually run within the council offices. And they were immaculate. They were gleaming. That was the place to go. So we could use a bit of imagination. We could use a bit of imagination. Stop the clock. We could use imagination. And rather than having to build new facilities, we could develop these facilities within the buildings we've got. Just signpost them properly. You'd actually need one really smart set of toilets in Huddersfield with signposts all over the town to it, which could be in the centre here. So yeah, there are some good stuff in the amendments. But one of the things that I am going to pick up on is the green bling. There's lots of green bling in here, and actually, to some extent, it's very difficult in some instances to divide between the Lib Dems and the Green amendments. Look, this is niche stuff. This is very, very niche. Okay, it's not going to make any impact whatsoever on the climate, the world. Nobody gives
30 seconds.
Thank you. Nobody gives the monkeys. Spending a load of money on a very few houses in Kirklees will not make any difference. This scheme that's developed in Holland, actually, it hasn't taken off as they expected over there. They talk about 110,000 properties being done. It's actually only 5,000 from what I can see. This will require 85,000 per house and a return of 45,000, based on the information I've seen. That means 40,000 has to be bunged into every house, which comes from the council taxpayers of the whole of Kirklees, to benefit a very tiny few.
Your time is up, Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Right, well, thank you to all the speakers. I think it's been a very good debate, and most people are still awake. So we shall now move to the votes on the amendments. The first vote is on the Green amendment. The vote will be by roll call. And Julie is taking the roll call.
Okay, so listen carefully, and if you can remember the order in which I do it, then that'll be great for next time round as well. If we assume we're going to get to the next one. Okay. Right, so can you tell me whether you're for, against or abstain? I'll call your name, and if you'd indicate, that would be great, thank you. Councillor Pandor. For the Green amendment. Councillor David Hall. Councillor John Lawson. Councillor Cooper. Councillor Greaves. Councillor Ahmed. Councillor Akhtar. No. Okay, thank you. Councillor Armour. Councillor Armour? Okay, thank you. Councillor Bellamy. Councillor Bolt. Councillor Burke. Councillor Butt. Councillor Dadd. Councillor Paula Davies. Councillor Paul Davies. Councillor Donald Firth. Councillor Eric Firth. Councillor Steve Hall. Councillor Hill. Okay, thank you. Councillor Homewood. Councillor Mumtaz Hussain. Councillor Yusra Hussain. Councillor Robert Iredale. Councillor Kaushik. Councillor Kendrick. Councillor Khan. Councillor Lee Richards. Councillor Lise Hamilton. Councillor Lowe. Councillor Lukic. Councillor Lyons. Councillor Marchington.
Councillor Mather. Councillor McBride. Councillor McGuinn. Councillor McLaughlin. Councillor Munro. Councillor O'Donovan. The Mayor. Councillor Patrick. Thank you. Councillor Patterson. Councillor Pervez. Councillor Amanda Pinnock. Councillor Andrew Pinnock. Okay, thank you, Kath. Okay, Councillor Ramsey. Councillor Reynolds. Councillor Sarwar. Councillor Scott. Councillor Sheard. Councillor Simpson. Councillor Smage. Thank you. Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Councillor Anthony Smith. Councillor Richard Smith. Councillor Sokol. Councillor Stephen. Councillor Taylor. Councillor Thompson. Councillor Ulla. Councillor Uppal. Councillor Watson. And Councillor Zaman. Okay. Do you want the actual numbers?
And the result of that vote is as follows: for 11, against 48, abstentions 2. It is lost, I'm afraid. Getting past paper all over the place here, and I don't know what's happening. So the next vote is on the independent amendment.
Okay, so listen for your names, please. Councillor Pandor. This is for the independent amendment. Councillor David Hall. Councillor John Lawson. Councillor Cooper. Councillor Greaves. Councillor Ahmed. Councillor Akhtar.
Again.
Thank you. Councillor Armour. Against. Okay, thank you. Councillor Bellamy. Councillor Bolt. Councillor Burke. Councillor Butt. Councillor Dadd. Councillor Paula Davis. Councillor Paul Davis. Okay. That was against, yes? Okay. Councillor Donald Firth. Thank you. Councillor Eric Firth. Councillor Steve Hall. Councillor Hill. Councillor Homewood. Councillor Mumtaz Hussain. Councillor Yusra Hussain. Councillor Iredale. Councillor Kaushik. Councillor Kendrick. Councillor Khan. Councillor Suli Richards. Councillor Lise Hamilton. Councillor Glow. Councillor Lukic. Councillor Lyons. Thank you. Councillor Marchington. Councillor Mather. Councillor McBride. Councillor McGuinn. Councillor M'Laughlin. Councillor Munro. Councillor O'Donovan. Councillor Patrick, the Mayor. Councillor Patterson. Councillor Pervez. Councillor Pinnock. Sorry, Amanda Pinnock, against. Okay, thank you. Councillor Andrew Pinnock. Okay. Councillor Kath Pinnock. Thank you. Councillor Ramsey. Councillor Reynolds. Councillor Sarwar. Councillor Scott. Councillor Sheard. Councillor Simpson. Councillor Smage. Councillor Anthony Smith. Councillor Richard Smith. Councillor Sokol. Councillor Stephen. Councillor John Taylor. Councillor Thompson. Councillor Uller. Councillor Uppal. Councillor Watson. Councillor Zaman. Thank you. 10, 11. So 47, 2. Okay, I think that's what I call.
The result of the independent amendment is 4-2, against 47, abstentions 12. The amendment is lost. We now move to the Conservative amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Pandor. Councillor David Hall. Councillor John Lawson. Councillor Cooper. Councillor Greaves. Councillor Ahmed. Councillor Akhtar. Councillor Armour. Councillor Bellamy. Councillor Bolt. Councillor Burke. Councillor Butt. Councillor Dadd. Councillor Paula Davies. Councillor Paul Davies. Councillor Donald Firth. Councillor Eric Firth. Councillor Steve Hall. Councillor Hill. Okay, thank you. Councillor Homewood. Councillor Mumtaz Hussain. Councillor Yusra Hussain. Councillor Iredale. Councillor Kaushik. Councillor Kendrick. Councillor Khan. Councillor Lee Richards. Councillor Lees Hamilton. Thank you. Councillor Lowe. Councillor Lukic. Councillor Lyons. Councillor Marchington. Councillor Mather. Councillor McBride. Councillor McGuinn. Councillor M'Laughlin. Councillor Munro. Councillor O'Donovan. Councillor Patrick, the Mayor. Thank you. Councillor Pattison. Councillor Pervez. Councillor Amanda Pinnock. Councillor Andrew Pinnock. Councillor Kath Pinnock. Councillor Jackie Ramsey. Councillor Reynolds. Councillor Sarwar. Councillor Scott. Councillor Sheard. Councillor Simpson. Councillor Smage. Councillor Anthony Smith. Councillor Richard Smith. Councillor Sokol. Councillor Stephen. Councillor John Taylor. Councillor Mark Thompson. Councillor Ulla. Councillor Uppal. Councillor Watson. Councillor Zaman. Thank you. Yeah.
So the results of the vote for the Conservative amendment are for 16, against 36, abstentions 9. The amendment is lost. So we now move to the Liberal Democrat amendment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pandor. Councillor David Hall. Councillor Lawson. Thank you. Councillor Cooper. Councillor Greaves. Councillor Ahmed. Councillor Akhtar. Councillor Armour. Councillor Bellamy. Councillor Bolt. Councillor Burke. Councillor Butt. Councillor Dadd. Councillor Paula Davis. Councillor Paul Davis. Okay, thank you. Councillor Donald Firth. Councillor Eric Firth. Councillor Steve Hall. Councillor Hill. Thank you. Councillor Homewood. Councillor Mumtaz Hussain. Councillor Yusra Hussain. Councillor Iredale. Councillor Kaushik. Councillor Kendrick. Councillor Khan. Councillor Lee Richards. Councillor Lees Hamilton. Councillor Lowe. Councillor Lukic. Councillor Lyons. Councillor Marchington. Councillor Mather. Councillor McBride. Councillor McGuinn. Councillor McLaughlin. Councillor Munro. Councillor O'Donovan. Councillor Patrick, the Mayor. Okay. Councillor Pattison. Councillor Pervez. Councillor Pinnock. Okay, Councillor Andrew Pinnock. Councillor Kath Pinnock. Okay, thank you. Councillor Ramsey. Councillor Reynolds. Councillor Sarwar. Councillor Scott. Councillor Sheard. Councillor Simpson. Councillor Smage. Okay. Councillor Anthony Smith. Richard Smith. Councillor Mohan Sokol. Councillor Mel Stephen. Councillor John Taylor. Councillor Mark Thompson. Councillor Sheikh Ullah. Councillor Upal. Councillor Watson. Councillor Zaman. Thank you. Yes.
We're getting quicker up here. The results of the vote on the Liberal Democrat amendment are for 11, against 48, abstentions 2. The amendment is lost. So, Council, all the amendments have now been voted upon and no amendments have been carried. We will now move to the vote upon the original motion. Are there any further comments on the original motion? Raise your hands if you would like to speak, and the officers will put your names down. Councillor Hall.
Wait for it, it's the best turn yet. Thank you. I have some brief comments to make, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. The first thing is about the speeches that have been really directed at the government more than anything else, and using austerity as a fig leaf, really, to cover up for 13 years of inactivity of a Labour cabinet here. And I know that socialists have long memories. I know that from experience. I once door-knocked a chap who was in his 90s. He said he'd never vote Tory because of what Winston Churchill did to the miners in the Great Strike of 1926. So there's no change in some folks' minds. You're always going to have that of opinion, and I'm sure you talk amongst yourselves a lot. First of all, I'll just reiterate some comments I made earlier, which is that most of this budget is agreed. The vast majority of this budget is agreed. We need to take a mature look at it. And we welcome some of the investment that the Labour administration have put in, genuinely. A lot of it is down to the fact that you have a little bit more money because the government sent you a bit more than you were expecting. So, but I don't expect you to be thankful for that. So we've got two choices. We've got some elections coming up, and the electorate have two choices. They're either going to have a Labour-led administration or a Conservative-led administration. That's what it boils down to. And that's what these budget meetings are all about, is setting out policy. So let's think about the three big things where we disagree. Let's just boil it down. The first is the use of reserves. Labour cling to reserves like a drowning man clings to a life raft. And they go on about how reckless it is to spend reserves and all this. But reserves are there to be used. Reserves are there to smooth over the bumps and lumps in the medium-term financial plan. Reserves are there for your rainy day. And the Deputy Leader of the Council herself said, you will never live through a greater crisis than the one we've got now. And yet we're still sat on £147 million of reserves. We're never going to get a greater crisis, I really don't see why we've got them there. People need that money spending. People need that spending on services now, especially the children we've mentioned. The second disagreement is to do with efficiencies. Now, Labour this year have found £1.2 million of unidentified efficiencies in year one. That's great. I'm glad you've done that. We push for that every year, and every year Labour say we can't find any more efficiencies. No, there are efficiencies there. So you're finding unidentified efficiencies. That's great. That's 1.2 million. That's less than 0.5% of the total budget. That's not a big deal by most standards. That can be found year on year. We think there are more efficiencies to find, and you don't. So there's another difference. And the third difference is to do with this affordability. And various members from all parties have opined about the cost of living, and we've all got concerns which are very deeply held and sincerely held, and I share those too. Now, we can apportion the blame for the cost of living however you like. You'll take your own view on that. But the only way we can make any difference to people's purses is by actually doing something for them. And the only way we can do that is by keeping the council tax down. So Labour want to put it up. We think we can keep the council tax down, and that's not rocket science. It leads me to think really about how these budgets are conceived, because it seems to me that what Labour members do is decide how much you can possibly get out of people, push it up by the maximum amount, and then work backwards from there as to how you can spend it. And they mention other councils and Conservative councils that are having to raise council tax by 2.99%. And, you know, they'll have the reasons for doing that. I don't criticise them for it. A lot of those are in the same situation as we are. We don't have to do that. We shouldn't do. Why always take the maximum? Is it in the DNA? I don't think so. I think it's because they like to label it as a government tax and put it up to the maximum and blame somebody else for it. So people have got a simple choice when it gets to the election. You can have a Conservative-led administration.
30 seconds.
Thank you. Where we'll get our sleeves rolled up, we'll provide the best services we can within the resources available. Or you can have the Labour administration, same old, you get what you're given, and they'll whine on for years and years about how badly treated they are. So there's a choice there. It's a very simple one. Let's leave it to the electors. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. There do not appear to be any more speakers. I am aware that Councillor Davis has a right of reply, but I'm saying there are no more speakers from the floor. I'm giving you all a chance to speak. Councillor Davis.
I will try to be brief. So firstly, I'll certainly will give my thanks to Councillor Watson and look forward to him voting for us on our budget, because he seemed to be absolutely agreeing with exactly what we're doing, a forward-looking, ambitious budget. So I'm not sure if he can break the whip on his side, but it'd be very nice to see that extra vote coming our way as well. Councillor Watson also talked about the real world. Well, this is a budget for the real world. And I'd like to talk just a little bit about the real world, not the fantasy world that seems to exist within the Tory world. Do you know what the real world is? Over a third of our children living in poverty in Kirklees. That's the real world. 4.3 million children. You can smirk. 4.3 million children in the UK suffering from poverty. 3 in 10 children in the UK now live in poverty. And in 2020, 107% increase in children receiving emergency food aid. Unbelievable. What kind of country do we live in if we think that's acceptable, if we think that's all right to smirk at, if we think that's something that we should stand up and be proud of? I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed that that's the case. And this isn't by chance. This is by political choice. And I'm sorry if it offends Tories that they think we're whinging. I tell you what, talk to those 4.3 million children about whinging, because austerity has created that situation. And I also agree with Councillor Taylor. His contribution was much more measured, and he's right. There has been a wasted decade. And that wasted decade certainly is about those 4.3 million individual tragedies, and very much about successive Tory governments who refuse to do anything about that. In fact, even worse than that, as we know, in 2016, they even scrapped any targets for child poverty and poverty in total. So if could...
Sorry, Councillor Watson, what's the point of order? Can you come up to the Microphone. Oh. Yeah, well, he's only got 3 minutes left, so we'll let him speak.
So I think if you listen, you probably hear that I am speaking to the motion. So our budget is about the real world. It's about helping those communities who have no hope at the moment, who feel no hope and no future. That's what we are determined to do, and determined to help within Kirklees. And as members of the Labour Party, and yes, as socialists, we actually believe in that. We believe in creating hope in communities. We believe in giving our ordinary people, our working class people, our middle class people, a hope for the future. And many times the word aspiration is used. Well, I tell you what, go and talk to some of the areas that we have about aspiration when they can't even feed their kids. So we need to put in the basics in life. And this budget is about helping to mitigate that. We can't solve the national issues. And it's not about us whinging. We haven't sat back and done nothing. This budget is about using what we have available to us to come up with the best long-term future for our residents within Kirklees. And it is for all our residents. We're not partisan in this. We're not saying some deserve more or less than others. We know that we have to pull up certain of our communities more than others, but we certainly don't take a partisan view. So this budget is absolutely not about short-term political gain or stunts. This is about a long-term commitment to our people in Kirklees, and I commend this budget to this council.
We will now take this vote by roll call.
Thank you, everyone. Councillor Pandor. Councillor David Hall. Doesn't have any extra credit, I'm afraid. Councillor Lawson. Councillor Cooper. Councillor Greaves. Councillor Ahmed. Councillor Akhtar. Councillor Armour. Councillor Bellamy. Councillor Bolt. Councillor Berg. Councillor Butt. Councillor Dadd. Councillor Paula Davies. Councillor Paul Davies. Councillor Donald Firth. Councillor Eric Firth. Councillor Steve Hall. Councillor Erin Hill. Okay, thank you. Councillor Homewood. Councillor Mumtaz Hussain. Councillor Yusra Hussain. Councillor Iredale. Councillor Kaushik. Councillor Kendrick. Councillor Khan. Councillor Lee Richards. Councillor Lees Hamilton. Councillor Lowe. Councillor Lukic. Councillor Lyons. Councillor Marchington. Councillor Mather. Councillor McBride. Councillor McGuinn. Councillor McLaughlin. Councillor Monroe. Councillor O'Donovan. Councillor Patrick, the Mayor. Councillor Patterson. Councillor Pervez. Councillor Amanda Pinnock. Councillor Andrew Pinnock. Councillor Kath Pinnock. Okay, thank you. Councillor Ramsey. Councillor Reynolds. Councillor Sarwar. Councillor Scott. Councillor Sheard. Councillor Simpson. Thank you. Councillor Smage. Councillor Anthony Smith. Councillor Richard Smith. Councillor Sokol. Councillor Stephen. Councillor John Taylor. Councillor Mark Thompson. Councillor Uller. Councillor Uppal. Councillor Watson. Thank you. Councillor Zaman.
The result of the vote on the budget motion is 432 against 29, very close. Abstentions, none. Therefore, I will declare that the budget motion has been carried. And that is the end of the meeting. And I'd like to thank you all for your patience, and can I also take this opportunity to thank the staff for their support this evening. Thank you.